119er. I don't know we're onto them. Break.
Fire up those rotors once more.
Thumper, what'd you just do? Good morning. Well, good morning, Thumper. You're welcome to come and see me. He's busy. Oh, I gotta do this right. Oh, there you are. Oh, look at you. Oh, I thought you were tapping your hip. Well, see, I can't even say it right. Tipping your hat to the knee. Yeah.
Here we go.
I was, but you don't want to see what's under this hat.
I just did.
It's
looking good. I don't know what to say.
It's called bedhead.
Oh yeah.
And I need my first cup of coffee. So.
All right. I think I can get up the top. Oh, go.
All right. Morning, Pam.
Good morning. Yeah, go ahead and get your top of the hour up there, Baby Rock. We're up on D-Live. We're good to go.
All right, top of the hour on the way. I love that. Top of the hour. Better get it up on screen. All right, and here. And here we go. And big.
General Flynn.
Get fired up. I mean, there's no enemy that's unbeatable. Where you don't want to be predictable as to what you're going to do. This is warfare. That's right. Lock her up. The advantage in life, in business, and in wartime goes to the competitor that does not flinch and does not broadcast his game plan. I'm here tonight as a determined American who loves our country, and my message to you is very clear. Wake up, America. On this day, we start the beginning of a new American century, a time when we turn our heads forward with persistent and relentless focus on protecting our communities, our families, and our country, with our feet firmly planted on the ground, and by holding individuals accountable for their actions.
Does he have the temperament to be commander-in-chief?
Yeah, no doubt. But I think the American people are much, much smarter than you know. We should clearly define our enemies, face them head on, and then defeat those that seek to threaten our country and our way of life. If we freedom here, there is no place to escape to. This is the last stand on earth.
You're on mute there.
Thank you, Pamphlet. I tried really hard not to do that, the thing. All right. Welcome, everyone. I was.
And you're also very hard to hear. Is your mic not folded down?
Patriot. What do I need to do?
Is your microphone not folded down? Because you're very, very faint.
I'm not hearing you now, Pamphlet.
Not hearing me.
So here I sit.
It looks like your microphone is still up here. You got to fold it down.
Above?
No, your microphone. You got to fold your microphone down.
Oh, typing in chat. Okay. Hold your microphone down. Really? That makes the difference?
There you go. Big difference.
Thank you again, everybody. I don't hear you, though, Pam.
Oh.
All right. I hope everyone out there hears me. Third time. Here we go. Welcome, everyone, to Patriot Soapbox Network 24/7 live streaming. This is the Groovy Sound, and I'm your host, Baby Rock Anon. Welcome, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, depending where you are in the world. And that's what I was trying to say. Such a world it is right now, right? Yeah, things are changing. All right, let me get in my groove. Oh, I got to say it. I always like it when I get to say it. Those of you that know me know that, right? I'm getting my chat up. How you guys doing? I hope it's moving. This one doesn't seem to be moving, so I'm going to re-up it just in case. So I'll be going over here. Oh. Yeah, I see that. I think all I got to do is click this button. Thanks, guys, for giving me a little bit of time here to reorganize. It's been a little bit of a fun thing this morning for me. There's my chat. D just D. Okay, Baby Rock, let's kick the devil's butt. You know it, sister. No holes barred on this end. I'm in the mood. But you know, I like things to be calm, so it'll be okay. I got to mute it. There we go. All right. So I hear you guys talking about Lynn Wood out there. Big deal, eh? Now, do you remember that he first started his rants when we were in here on Groovy Sound Saturday morning past, right? He started talking about Mark Getz. And remember, I was giggling because I couldn't believe he was so, vocal and just out there telling what I considered the truth, but we'll wait and see. We'll see what happens. But he's been, it's going, something's going on there. Okay, I don't know what, but something's going on there. Let's see, punished. If Pence is a traitor, excuse me, why didn't he throw the debate with Kamala? He absolutely destroyed her. Now there you go. That's something. I gotta give you that one, punished Kim. I can't argue with that. All right, shall we see about some tweets, articles? I'll get my Twitter going. Let's see. Come on. Plus on the one. And we're going home to Twitter. And as soon as I get this up, I'll put it on screen. We'll take a little walk and see where we're going. I see Miguel of California already. Let me get you guys up there. Well, I hope everybody had a wonderful, New Year's Eve and New Year's morning. We did. A bunch of us gathered together. We started out on pirate radio with in LSR with Scout and Honeybee. And I think there was a little She7 mixed in there somewhere. And then we went on to all getting together as well later, early into the morning. It was absolutely stunning. We have so many, musicians. I don't even have extraordinary. They are past excellent. They are past professional. These people are extraordinary. And so I had wonderful friends and they played music, and it was good. I hope you guys had a good one. I got to get my chat up so I know in case you guys are talking. Let's see. Come on, chat. All I need to do is click this. I'm trying to figure out how many things I can do at once, right, guys? Okay, so I can't see my chat. It might be behind my screen. Are you there? Peek, peek, peek. Not on that side. Are you there? No, not on that side. All right, so I can't see chat while I'm in Twitter. Interesting. Let's see what we got. Let's get started here. Hugh Patrio, 39 seconds ago. It's this virus, I'm guessing, for the end of censorship. Is that what the ladies were playing earlier? No, it doesn't appear to be a video. Well, I guess it is. Let's keep moving. 46 seconds ago, Virginia State Senator dies from COVID, yes. And to my understanding, he was a Republican. Well, we'll remember prayers for his family. And we can look into that, see what kind of a patriot this gentleman was, on your own time. Okay, here's another one from McGill, California. Meme Master Payne, 4 minutes ago. Quote, tyranny like hell is not easily conquered, yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph, unquote, Thomas Paine. I'm clicking on those, guys. What to do? Let's see. You know what I should do today is I should put my link to my Twitter in chat for you all. That's what I should do. Okay, who's this? Dunder Muffin Peacock. Well, this looks funny. What is this? This never before seen footage from #The Office will have you singing for joy, plus every episode, extras and exclusives, streaming now only on Peacock. Oh, so that's an advertisement. Come on. Keep going, please. Scroll. Thank you. Oh, and this is a good one for today and for this week. Master Meme Pain again, 7 minutes ago. These are times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands by it now deserves the love and the thanks of man and woman, unquote, Thomas Paine. Yes. And I really am, guys. I'm really trying to stay calm. My emotions are in there. That's where the fruit of the spirit with self-control comes in, because we don't go by what we feel, what we see. POTUS has been prayed over that he doesn't go by what his eyes see and his ears hear. And yeah, I could go on about all that. All right, let's see what else we got. I got to go to POTUS's site. I do. Rutgers. Oh, I bet that's about trouble in the midst. India approves AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine. Okay, well, there's that. Al Jazeera English. Let's see what they've got. Israel vaccinates 1 million against COVID in less than 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. And if you remember, guys, we were reading this past Saturday as well. They're not giving them as quickly to the Palestinians, and I say the Palestinians are better off. Can I say that? Get away with that? Okay. All right, let's see. The Hill 5 minutes ago. Oh, we know who this is. And I'm spinning. Senator Mazie Hirono, quote, "This is an opportunistic stunt by the Republicans that has no chance of actually overturning the election results." Well. Nothing new from her there. Miguel California, let's see. Michael Beatty. That it's like at Michael Beatty 3, right? He's so cool. I thank God for our military and our veterans who risked it all. The generations of warriors serving our country still amazes me. I also appreciate those willing to put on the badge and defend our streets and neighborhoods. We are surrounded by heroes, and I will always stand for them. Yes. Oh, my goodness. He always gets me, that Michael Beatty. He always knows the exact words I need to hear. All right. I got to click it. Ooh, what do we got there? Oh, this is I'm thinking, oh, I know what that is. I do. And you know, we haven't done the song of the day. I'll bring this down, click my boxes, take a look at chat, and maybe we'll come back and we'll play that. Although I'm spinning. You see the circle? Yeah. Oh, well. If that's all that happens, I might have a good day. Okay, I got to get chat up because I have been in chat all week. You know what I'm telling you guys. Where'd my chat go? It should be there. Come on. Well, that took a little walk that I didn't expect. That's all right. I can do it again. I know how to make it work. All right, here we go. Trying again. Get up there. And there's my chat. All right, so I was going to bring that to... I lost my train of thought. Button, squirrel. Sorry, guys. Anyways, I'm going to get the song up, and we'll see if we can play it off Twitter. Shall we do that? All right. Just go back to it. Share screen. Click the boxes. All right, guys, let's try this from Twitter, shall we? It'll be kind of fun. All right, now why? Oh, I think I got to go to Twitter to get that. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm on screen. Oh, and it wants me to wait. It wants to be slow. Come on. And it might not play from here. At that point, I've got him in the book. Oh, yeah, you just might play. Where'd you go? There you are. All right, everyone. Thank you for your patience for my technical difficulties. Oh, 17. Who knew? Okay, here we go. I'll try to getting it bigger and playing it. Come on, you're halfway done. I don't want that. And it's spinning again. All right. Come on. There. Now stop, please. Just long enough to get me. There's the music, guys. Oh, now it's... Look, why do this to me when I'm on air? Why? Am I dealing with them too? Oh, good. There's no longer time for us to wait. Oh, well. I'm not hearing that either. I hope you guys are. I'm going to have to take it down just to find out if you guys can hear it. This is a little different places for me than I'm used to. So I've got it playing, and I can't hear it. All right. One more time. Always go to chat if you can't find what you're looking for. That can be stopped. All right, one more time going back here. I think I signed into Zoom a bit funny. That's what I think I did. All right, one more time. I've got my chat. Can you, and is my chat frozen as well? I think it is. Oh, no, it's not. I see you guys moving. All right, so I got my chat. Step 1. Step 2, I'm going to read chat. Okay, let's see what we got. Mr. Dynamix, LOL, LOL, LOL. Just checking number on one liqueur. Okay. Susie Q says, I have faith Pence will not let the American people down. I'm thinking so too, Susie Q. I'm thinking so. Let's see. I just really find that odd. I might have to, that I can't hear the music and stuff on Twitter. And if I can't hear it, I'm thinking you guys can't hear it. So if anybody in chat wants to tell me if you could hear that video playing of Michael Beatty's, that would kind of help me out later when I have to go and readjust, my programming or whatever it takes. All right, let's see. Well, I can read you guys some tweets. You guys don't have to see them. So, number 2, we go to Twitter. Let's see. Okay, I want to find POTUS. Number 3, find POTUS. I'm having too much fun with myself, you guys. I've had the best week ever. Just want you to know. My week has been a huge dream come true. And autism is fun. How about that? Does that work? I think I could say that. All right. Okay, here we go. Yes. And, living life the way I do life and just, talking about autism, like, the team has taught us that it's not a bad thing. It's actually a very extraordinary thing. But to God be the glory, because if I hadn't been red-pilled, I'm certain actually, guys, I would not have been able to follow the path that God set out for me to believe what God can do for each and every one of us. There you go. And that's true. That's where I'm at. All right, let's see. Donald Trump 7 minutes ago. Shall we start a little lower and go up to the current? Let's do that. Donald Trump 2 hours ago. Transparency, all in capitals, in medical pricing will be one of the biggest and most important things done for the American citizen. It was just put into service January 1 against long odds and bitter opposition. Final lawsuits won last week. Enjoy all the extra money you will have. And I wanted to look up this storm thing that got signed last night. I was in a meeting and I didn't get to look at that. Donald J. Trump 16 minutes ago will be in Georgia on Monday night, 9 p.m. to rally for 2 Capitol great people at Senator David Perdue and at Kelly Loeffler. Capital letters again. Get ready to vote on Tuesday. Make America Great Again 7 minutes ago. Donald J. Trump at Real Donald Trump. I gotta click those boxes. There we go. All right. Well, let's see. I'm going to go back to my home here at Twitter. and see if I can continue and find something interesting. I'm kind of looking for an article we can read that you guys might not have necessarily on your Twitter. Come on, up you go, up, 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 up. Keep going, keep going. Come on. Well, I'm just gonna grab that scroller. It usually jumps out of everything when I have to manually turn it, but that's okay. And it is jumping, guys. I don't want to leave Twitter yet. Well, I better take a look at my notifications. That'll send me somewhere. And we can keep going. Oh, we got something here from Terrence Williams. I have not heard from him in a while. Recent tweet from Terrence K. Williams. Last night, an officer pulled me over and abused his power. Yes, I was speeding, but I told him I was trying to make it to Popeye's Chicken before closing. He took his precious time to write me a ticket and I was unable to get the Tuesday special. That must have been a few days ago. It's kind of cute. Oh, I had something from our own John Wall. What is this? Oh, wow, you guys, my notifications need caught up. That was like, I wondered when Terrence said Tuesday, I'm like, well, it's not Tuesday. Oh, come on. Get going, please. Usually I don't use this route. I don't have to. My computer is not cooled down enough, if you want to know the truth, guys. It is my fault. I need a better fan, and I just haven't done it yet. Maybe that's what I'll do with my $600 check that comes. I'll get my computer fan that Tetsuya told me the right kind to order. I want to see what Radix had to say on the 26th. I've got that in my notifications. I love promoting our own people. Oh, I bet it's a reply to what I wrote to her or something. This is not an article. You know, we could let's go out of here because it's not cooperating. Let's see if I can do better at Patriot Soapbox website. And then we can read some articles for certain of our own people, right? See how that works? Logistics, logical thinking. That is what I'm going to be doing while the travelers, the patriots of our contingent are going to the DC protest rally meetup and to support President Trump as he has called us to Washington, D.C. to support him. I'll be working logistics in the background for some of the travelers. I've done it a couple times, and it's just the perfect fit for me. And I'm getting to where I'm adding new, more things to it. I'm going to try my best to watch PSB chat at the same time I'm doing logistics. So, say hello, okay? That'd be helpful. Certainly helpful. I will know it when you do that. All right, let's see. I'm going to type in Patriot Soapbox right there. Come on. I want to read something so it looks like I know what I'm doing. There we go. Come on. And I think I can bring that up on the screen. I'm pretty certain I can, so you all can see it. I'll do that right away, everyone. Get you up here so we can see it. And then we'll pick one. First up, Election 2020, PSB has not called the race for either candidate at this time, as the media does not decide. Does not decide races. Once the official results are certified, we will update accordingly. Yes, we will. All right, what do we got? Biggest spiritual battle of our lives. And yes, Spirit Warrior, if you're out there, I heard that this was going to be read. And so I would read it because I'm totally curious. Maybe I'll read it anyway. Refresher is good, right? This is from 2 days ago. Let's do it. Let's just do it. New York Times. And we'll go straight to the article. Is this what you did, Spirit Warrior? I'm going to go back one, because if there's an article of yours and I'm not reading it, I've got the wrong thing up. I won't be happy. Let's try that again. Okay. Oh, come on. That was my fault. One more click back, we should have it. Might not. Went to a new window. And now I got my bouncing ball, as you guys can all see. Oh, yeah. So it says by Spirit Warrior. Wow, your graphics are awesome. So professional. I love that. Come on, get up there. Oh, all right. All right, come on. All right, here we are. So it is something he wrote. And I get to do my F9. Whisper taught me that. If I do the F9, I get that working. So shout out to Whisper. And shout out to Shadow Boxer. I hope you're having a better day. And we're all here together. We all face the same things. We help each other along the way.
Hey, Baby Rock.
All right, I'm going to read this small print, I guess, first here. Trump pursues legal challenges as his path to victory narrows. Bullet point. With wins in the 2 key swing states, Joe Biden's slim leads elsewhere could propel him to the presidency if they hold. In a speech, Mr. Biden said it was, quote, clear that he would reach 270 electoral votes and win the election, though he stopped short of claiming victory. Bullet point 3. President Trump's campaign said it would seek a recount in Wisconsin and that it had filed a lawsuit seeking to halt Michigan's count. Here's the latest. So that was...
Hey, Baby Rock, can you hear me?
Yeah, to add to Spirit Warrior's article. This is going to be a joy for me. Here we go. We are in the middle of major spiritual battle today. If you ask people today, quote, are we in the middle of one of the largest spiritual battles of our lives, or possibly even the size of those in Jesus's day, unquote, they would say, you're crazy. I believe that is exactly where we are. We are seeing many spiritual battles going on all over the world today. But by far, the biggest one is the 2020 U.S. elections. Many here at PSB fully understand that we are in a spiritual battle, but I am not sure if everyone understands the size and the magnitude, what may really be at stake in this battle. The enemy has been at work for a long time. Been hard at work, to move this country from the more godly values it was founded on, such as putting others first, taking care of those in need, and following the golden rule of treating others the way you would want to be treated. In today's world, people focus on themselves and say it is someone else's responsibility to help their fellow men. The enemy has 3 goals for everyone. He has them numbered here. Number 1, to keep you from ever coming to God in the first place. Number 2, if the enemy fails at number 1, he wants to make you an ineffective person for God or destroy your testimony. Number 3, lastly, the enemy will try to make you or your loved ones sick and possibly take your life so that you cannot do anything for God. The enemy is doing everything he can to keep people away from God, to destroy them and this country. Historically, the United States has been one to spread the gospel to the world and to bring people all over the world to Christ. God has heard the prayers of his people. Come on, here we go. Many people are familiar with 2 Chronicles 7:14 that says, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and forgive their sin and heal their land. I used to think this country was far beyond 2 Chronicles 7:14, and that we had to become so evil that the only options God had were to either raise Sodom and Gomorrah and apologize to them, or to execute judgment and punishment, possibly total destruction on this country. I know you felt that way, Spirit Warrior. I no longer think that's true. I am now certain that God has heard the prayers of his people and is healing the land. But the enemy is fighting back as hard as he can. What evidence do we have of this? When you look at Jesus' time here on earth, you will find that chaos would always follow his ministry. Why? The enemy hated everything that Jesus did, and when he healed the sick, raised the dead, and led people back to the truth of God, so that people would turn away from God, the enemy caused all kinds of problems and chaos to try to discredit his ministry and thwart his success, meaning Jesus, of course, at bringing people to his Father. How can the 2020 elections be such a spiritual battle? In 2015, before Donald Trump announced he was going to run for president, God led me to the conclusion that if Trump did run, he would win, that it would begin the biggest spiritual battle this country has ever seen, that Donald Trump would be the Cyrus of our day, and that the corruption in the government would be exposed, that Roe versus Wade would be overturned, and the blood sacrifice would be lifted from off this country. This would weaken the controlling spirits over this country so that the spiritual blinders of the enemy would be removed, many eyes opened, and that the largest harvest of souls in history would take place before Christ returns. I believe that. I can see that's true, actually, not just believe it. All right. Shortly after I came to this conclusion, I found out about Mark Taylor's prophecies before the election and found him to be in line with my conclusion, but that he had many more details. I had known about Kim Clement and found him again, which provided more confirmation for me. No matter what the mainstream media and others say, the 2020 elections are not over yet. Neither candidate has conceded. We are beginning to see more and more evidence of voter fraud, and some state legislatures are starting to overturn and replace the Electoral College electors. Al Gore was, quote, president-elect for over, yeah, that might be a likely statement there, right? All right. Quote unquote president-elect for over 30 days, but George Bush ended up being elected president. Anything can still happen before January 20, 2021. If what God revealed to me is true, then we are only halfway there. We have been seeing the corruption in the government exposed, but the other things have not happened yet. What God wants done in this country is not yet complete, and if Donald Trump is God's anointed tool to make these things happen, then Trump continues as president. PSB is here for such a time as this. How many times has our wonderful lady RWB told us that truth? I love it. All right. If you have listened to me on air, you will know that I am focused on spiritual aspects of what is going on in the world and have repeatedly stated that PSB and the people following PSB are, quote, here for such a time as this, unquote. Whether you be on air, mods in chat, people who are just listening or reading the articles on the website, if you are not familiar with that phrase, read the book of Esther in the Bible, and you will have a much clearer understanding and appreciation for what that means. Absolutely. Before the election, I talked a lot about how we, the people, need to ask God for calm, wisdom, understanding, discernment, to maintain a righteous anger, and many other things. This was so that we could guide and red pill our family, friends, co-workers, etc., to make the right decisions during the elections. After all, if we did not stay calm during the crazy times, why should they trust us with anything else, we say? Now the elections are over. Parentheses, or still in play, depending on your perspective. It is a whole new game. We are at halftime and have a few minutes to rest. And it comes to mind what the team told us, remember, 40 and 10, 40-yard line. That's pretty close to half. Yeah, okay. But he's talking halftime. We are at halftime and have a few minutes to rest. When the election fallout is over and the truth of what has been going on is fully exposed to the American people and the world at large, there will be many angry, hurting, confused, and shocked people out there. I am not convinced that, quote, such a time as this, unquote, means that we're going to have to be ready to minister. What do you say? I'm not convinced. Okay. Such a time as this. He lost me there because something he's got there I wasn't thinking of, I'm sure. I'm not convinced that such a time as this means that we're going to have to be ready to minister to people in ways you never imagined. That is why I think each of who are here, PSB, are here for such a time as what is coming. I will be writing more and getting ready for ministry in the future. In conclusion, when you look at all the things that happened to Donald Trump to become president, such as defeating 16 seasoned politicians, the Russian probe, impeachment, etc., all things that would have removed any other presidential candidate or president, Trump is still standing as God's anointed tool. I will go into more details on these things in a future post, but for the moment, the immediate elections and aftermath are the focus. I want to read that again, guys. I will go into more details on these things in a future post, but for the moment, the immediate elections and aftermath are the focus. All right? If God's plan were to expose evil in the country, remove the blood sacrifice, remove the spiritual blinders from people, and bring many to Him before Christ returns by using Trump to do that work, then that plan is not fully complete. God is not going to change players in the middle of the game before He is done. He meaning the Lord Jesus, I believe. The enemy is going to do everything he can to stop God from blessing this country, the world, and to keep people from restoring their relationship with God. This is causing the biggest spiritual battle we have ever seen. If you want more details, I have some videos at orbsnet/spiritwarrior/video. And let's see, let's copy that while we're here, shall we? And I'll put it in chat for us. That I did for a group in the UK explaining what is happening and how to fight the spiritual warfare. Fight to win. Amen. I like that sound of that. Well, that was a super article. When I say super, I mean, you know, that I really like that. That was impressive, I guess, the way to tell it.
Are you there, Baby Rock?
All right, I copied that. I'm going to bring this down so I can go to chat. All right. Yeah. And my chat keeps escaping me. I put it on the pop out and it takes a walk. Let's see. There we go. All right, I'm here. There's my chat. Hi, chat. Maybe I need to pop you guys out because it isn't popped out. That might be the difference.
Baby Rock, right, can you hear me?
Chat, I want to talk. Got top chat. Click it in the live chat. All right. I'm going to scroll back, guys. I really am questioning if you guys could hear Michael Beatty's music when I was playing it, because I can't hear it. So I'm going to have to get Billy Jim or somebody to help me with making my computer work. I have no idea. Oh, let's see, 6:12, and it's certainly past that now. Come on, go away. I don't want you to go away completely. Thank you. Tina. Hi, baby. Hi, Tina and on. Yeah, I was. Did you just come on, Tina? I hadn't seen you in there. I played one of Michael Beatty's music videos, right? And I've been having some quizzical things that I don't understand going on in my Zoom a couple times this morning. And so if you weren't here, I couldn't expect you to tell me if you heard it when I had that video, music video playing. But somebody in there might give me a little hint, just asking. All right, let's see. Oh, talking about the weather. You guys want a little bit of weather? I want to play a video, but I don't. Now, Pam said he could hear it. Thumper's getting his morning things done, so I could take a chance and play something. And if
Baby Rock, can you hear me now?
Pamphlet said my opener works, but I could hear my opener, so I couldn't hear Pamphlet though. Figured that one out. I'm sorry. All right. I don't know what to do, you guys, when it comes to the video. Should I start? We'll see if I start playing the music video. I can't see chat. I've got my phone over here. I can see your comments there. But just like shadow boxers, sometimes I get overlooked. All right. I'm shutting myself down here trying to. 6:55 a.m. here on the Pacific Coast. I'm going to see if I can maybe bring up a little bit of windy weather map for us. I know we're all curious about good weather in DC. Spirit Warrior is trying to talk to me. All right. Can't hear you. Hold your microphone down. My microphone is down. Oh, that was pamphlet. Spirit Warrior, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, but you can't hear me.
And I can't hear a thing. Spirit Warrior, if you've got a minute, will you type in Zoom? I'm going to go out and try to come back in again. If you're here, maybe you can take over for me a couple minutes. Could you do that?
Okay, I will do that.
In Zoom chat, okay?
I will do that. Well, he's going to reset here for some reason.
There you are. Now I hear you. Oh,
can you hear me? Okay.
I wasn't plugged in. It's all my thing, and it's fixable. Yeah. So there. Hi, Spirit.
Yeah, I was trying to catch you before you started reading the article. There's actually two of them out there. There's one previous to that that's talks about a spiritual warfare reel, and it kind of leads into the second one. And as you were reading that article, that little confusion where it says, I am not convinced, that should have been, I am now convinced. I don't know how that got past me when I published it out there. So it should have read, no, it's typed in wrong in the article. It should have said, I am now convinced. I am not convinced. We need to get that fixed. I'm surprised I let that one slide by me.
I tried to make it sound really cool, right?
Right. Yeah. So that was my fault. I need to see if we can get that corrected. I'm surprised that got by. It's one of those things you read it so many times it says what you think it's supposed to say, not what it says. You know, kind of thing.
I would love to read the first one. If you know, I'm sure the listeners would like to hear it. Now, am I correct in that the article was read a little bit yesterday? It's a splendid article.
I don't know if the second one was read. No, we read the first one on changing the atmosphere the other day when it published. I don't know if the second one got read or not. I was kind of out of the picture yesterday, so I don't know what happened, to be honest with you.
All right. Well, I know you covered the first one. I just did the second one. Yeah, I was on, you know how, all right. You know what I'm saying. My earphones, you know.
Yeah.
It was partially unplugged just enough so that things weren't working on my end.
It looked like it was plugged in, but it wasn't. Yeah, I understand
that. Are you busy this morning? You're welcome to spend more time with us here on Groovy Sound if you'd like to.
I can hang out here a little bit. Today was one of those first days where I happened to be able to sit at the computer and you weren't streaming something else, or the other times you were doing some of the other rallies and stuff. So it's like, well, didn't get a chance to jump in then, but I can hang out here for a few minutes. I've got some things I got to do shortly, but I'm happy to hang out for a little while.
Oh, thanks. I do have a few questions then.
Sure.
You and I are so schooled in, phraseology, Christian phraseology, right? We'll call it that. So I'll tell it like this. Are you seeing anything about how things might unfold? Can you give us maybe some insights of how you're?
Boy, that's a hard question to answer, because every time we turn around and we think, oh, we figured this out, we figured out what Q meant, we figured this out, we figured that out, the dates are lining up, nothing ever happens the way we think it's supposed to. Based on what we're seeing right now, I'm kind of coming to the idea that yes, January 6th is going to be the big day, and the statements that Trump had made about that we're going to present all the evidence, that may just very well be D-class in front of Congress. That's what I'm thinking at this point. So, that's the only thing I can say. I mean, we're getting down to the wire, right? We're running out of time. So something's got to happen before, I'd say within the next 2 weeks. I do remember reading an article that somebody had put out, and I wish I would have bookmarked this, but they were talking about, they didn't mention Q specifically, but they were talking about how things would unfold before January 20th, and they made the comment that 17 days before January 20th is when we'll see things start to happen. Now, that would be tomorrow. 3 days short of that, 17 days short of that. So we may start to see things happen tomorrow, but I'm really thinking January 6th is going to be the date. And we may be in for some big surprises, but that may just very well be where the D class comes out and all the information is presented to the American people. And they're going to, if they accept those, certify those votes, the American people are going to see the evidence and go, what the heck are you doing? And if Pence does certify it, from what I've heard people say, and I haven't had a chance to look into this, there's a good chance that that could be a treasonous act simply because some of the state legislatures have stood up and said, our votes are fraudulent and you're certifying them. So I don't know. That's just kind of where I see it. But I go back to what that article talked about too, and my other articles. I'm pretty sure that God's heard the prayers of his people. He's going to heal this land. He's going to expose the corruption and everything that's going on. And I'm just expecting to see such great things happen. I think we've made the right choice as far as choosing God's anointed tool, and God's going to honor that choice, and we're going to see great things happen from it. And I think we're getting to that point where it's going to have to be a miracle of God simply because it's so messed up, no person or group can fix it, if that makes sense. And that God's just going to have to step in and make it very clear that, hey, this was me. I exposed the corruption and I did the things, and now I want you to see the truth, and now you need to make a decision on your own.
Yeah. He's an individual God. That thank goodness, right? Thank him for his goodness of repentance. You got to, that's rich. I like that.
Right. Yeah. And I've kind of taken the position of, I think Mark Taylor was right in one thing I want to clip from my article. I'm not saying that Mark Taylor was in line with me. It was more of a confirmation of what I was thinking. So, but the statement that he's made in the past about how God is going to delay the timeline of the enemy, I think that's exactly what we're about to see. Is that going to be 4 months? Who knows? Is it going to be 4 years, the end of Trump's term? Is it 40 years like God gave Nineveh? Or is it 400 years like the Canaanites? I can't say what the time frame is going to be on that, but whatever that time frame is, I think we as believers have to be prepared to minister like we've never ministered before, because it's going to be a period of grace that God has given us to allow many people to turn back to him before things really get bad or before Christ returns. And we have to make the best we can of that time. Here again, whether it's 4 months or 400 years, doesn't matter. We have to be ready to step up and make the best of that time that we can.
And I can tell you've been thinking about that, and to maybe be a little gal of confirmation here for you. I just got that yesterday. We were in a meeting, in one of the offices with mods and so on, and techs and people, researchers, and that question came up about, is it going to be now knowing and studying the Bible, I'm thinking that very thing. I'm thinking, now how do I tell, how I know, or how I truly have studied that it's not going to take us 400 years this time? They all want to know where we are on the timeline, even our own people. And I think that's very cool. So I need to start doing what it sounds like you've already been doing. So can we hone in on that comment that you made? I'm just trying to confirm it. I just got this news yesterday in my spirit. So you're way ahead of me.
Like I said, it's the amount of time is not the important thing I think the really important thing here is we have some time. Whether that's 4 months, 4 years, I would almost suspect, and I don't like setting time frames and playing dates. That's a dangerous thing to do. But I'm almost leaning toward, it's going to be the end of. We'll have this 4 years during the Trump thing where God's really going to move, and things are going to happen, and we're going to see miraculous events take place. I'm really expecting, and this is some of the things I've got some things on my YouTube channel where I've talked about this as well, that we are going to see, God's move is going to be that I think he's going to go back and take from the evil ones the things that they have done, whether it be financial, whether that be the cures to diseases that we've seen, hiding the technologies and things from it that make life easier and more simple. I think God's going to take those things from the evil ones and restore to the righteous. And the righteous will be using those things to go out and spread the gospel across the world and make that largest harvest that we talked about, the largest harvest of souls that we've ever seen. I think that's what's going to happen. And that might be the 4 years of Trump's presidency. And then after that, I don't think it's going to be when Trump leaves that, we're in the book of Revelation. I don't think it's going to happen that quickly. I think there may be a little bit more of a grace period, but I think the real pouring out of God's spirit and movement is going to be during that 4 years. And then maybe the movement will stop, but the effects will still be there for a while. Now, here again, is that another 4 years? Is that, I don't know. I don't want to set dates, but that's kind of what I'm thinking might happen. I could be completely off about that. It's speculation on my part, but just based on things I've seen, my understanding, you go back and look in biblical history, and in some cases, God gave, I forget who it was, but he prayed for mercy, and God gave him 15 more years of life, right? Nineveh was, thank you. And Nineveh was given 40 years. They still ended up being in destruction, but God gave him a grace period of 40 years, whatever that time frame is. Like I said, I don't want to be one to set specific dates or times, but that's just kind of the way I see things happening. Will we go another 400 years? I doubt that. It's certainly possible. When you go back and look at where the 400 years comes from the Canaanites, it was basically a case of God wasn't ready to destroy that group because of their sinful acts, because their cup of iniquity had not been yet filled. Okay, and God gave them 400 years. 44 and 40 is a number of testing and trial type thing. So maybe that's one of the 400 years was there, and God had set a deadline of, hey, if you don't repent by a certain time, then it's time to pay. It's time to pay for the sins of the culture at the time. So I don't know. Maybe that's where we are. Maybe we'll have that 400 years. I seriously doubt it. But I just can't imagine that this is over with at this point.
Oh, yes. I don't see it over. I don't want to repeat myself, like saying the same thing over and over again. So I'm trying to get my words out. The world changed completely when God poured out his spirit, in the 60s. You and I, it eventually got named the Jesus movement, the charismatic movement, all that. Well, the way it was the Holy Spirit took over, and those things have remained. You know what I mean? There was a whole epiphany. There was a whole new way of thinking, and it took everybody a while to catch up. And now, I want to be careful how I tell it, but there's that. I truly believe anything that does come out of the changes that God is making now, the Bible says we can have it. David said it in Psalms, to 100 generations. I'm with that. I don't know what that looks like, but I could.
And that may very well be the case. As what's said, I don't want to put times on things, but we may have that 4 years, 40 or 400. To me, it's irrelevant. It's what we do with the time is what's important. I just dropped a thing out in the D-Live chat there, a talk I did on post-election ministry, because that's an important thing. I think that's where we as the true believers need to be prepared to go next. It's like I said in the article, there's going to be a lot of hurting, confused people out there. And I'll say this, if you've ever wanted to minister or to help people, I think there's going to be such a need for it that if you've never been in ministry before, I think God's going to still use people who've never been in that kind of position. And if you're one of those who's never ministered directly to people, I say don't be afraid. God's going to give you what you need for dealing with such a time as this. Because we're all here for a purpose, and a need needs to be filled, and God will give you what he needs. I've always been a firm believer in God will not call you or bring you into doing something that he doesn't equip you to do. So don't be afraid of, if you see things happening, stand up and talk to people. And sometimes ministry, it's going to be that shoulder to cry on, right? Just to listen to what's going on in people's life. We don't have to be there to do major things. And I'm a firm believer, and you can go back to some of my other talks and you can hear me talking about this as well. But I'm a firm believer that some of the biggest spiritual battles that we have are not facing demons face to face, but it's how we live out our daily lives. Because if our ultimate goal is to bring people to Christ, that's what we're supposed to be here. Or then the spiritual warfare has to be that we are living out that daily example and doing the right things so that we don't run people away from God, that we draw them to God. If we're a bad example, if we're the guy who shows up late for work all the time and is never willing to help other people and just lives in our own world, nobody wants to be part of that, But if you can show that you're willing to help and go above and beyond and do those extra things, then I think that sets the example. And when people start to have troubles in their life, they're going to remember you and they're going to come back and say, hey, how did you get through these hard times? Or why are you always so positive and what have you? Now, granted, you can't be Mr. Positivity all the time. And I get that because we have to deal with life as well. But I think those are the things, that's maybe where some of our biggest spiritual battles are won, and that we're not driving people away from Christ, but that we're drawing people to him. Just through our daily actions and how we live out our lives and how we handle things too. I mean, how many times have we, you hear of a believer going through a hard time, but they still seem to be a little bit joyful and not so down about it. Then when somebody else starts to go through a traumatic event later in their life, they're going to remember you and go, how did you get through that so well? Then you have the opportunity to say, well, let me explain to you how I got through that and how God got me through that. And he can do the same for you, that kind of thing.
I haven't heard those expressions in a very long time, and it's very refreshing. Thank you, because that's exactly right. That's how I came to the Lord. I had a neighbor, he was living it, and he reminded me, you're an example, good or bad. Here's your choice. I mean, he was very stern with me because I was very lost,
Right.
And I thought of when you said that about a shoulder to cry on, a friend of mine, dear friend of mine that I've, made here at PSB. Sometimes people don't want to be patted on the shoulder and told it's all right. Sometimes they just want you to sit there with them quiet, let the quietness of God come in. And that happened with us this past week or so. Some of us just sat there together in quiet and let God, do what God wanted to do. That hasn't happened to me in a long time either. So new things.
Sometimes people just need to speak what's on their mind and their heart just to get it out in the open. Just being there to listen is, sometimes that's all that's needed. And I know for many of us, and I say us, that's me included, it's very hard to just step back and listen because you want to help fix and whatever. And sometimes it's a hard thing to step back and not get involved when you need to. So we need to ask God for wisdom and guidance when we're trying to help people like that. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to just be quiet, sit here, be still? Or do you want me to try and interject? And do you have a word, help me say the right thing, to speak the right thing? You, Holy Spirit, provide me guidance so that they will hear what you have to say. sometimes that's a hard thing to do.
Yeah, I squirreled on you there, Spirit Warrior, because Age of Accountability gave us something, breaking news. Well, we can bring that up in the last half hour. AG, okay? Or AOA.
Yeah, and one thing, that's, sorry, I thought you were done there. One thing I wanted to add to what you were saying about being that example, I read somewhere that to convert somebody, it takes 7 to 10 good godly influences, which I would say today that's probably even more. But you just may be number 3 on that list. So don't worry about if you're trying to talk to somebody, a friend, a family member, something like that you've been talking to for a long time, trying to convince them that, hey, there's something better. You just may be number 3 on that list to bring them to Christ or to get them to understand the truth. So we have to, and that's always been a hard thing for me too. It's like, I've been telling you and you won't listen to me. Well, maybe I was number 5 on that list and you need to hear it from some other people as well to understand what's really going on. So we have to keep that in mind. And that's a hard thing to do too, because we want to see results immediately, especially when we're talking about the salvation of our loved ones. You know, boy, we never want to see an opportunity go by, but we have to be aware of that sort of thing. So anyway.
Right. Well, yeah, and I think you were the one that shared it with me most recently, and this was, you know, most likely a year since we've been in the office training at all, you know. But one waters. How does that go? About the word in our lives, yeah.
Yeah, well, it was where Paul was talking. You know, some were saying, "Well, I'm a follower of Paul," and some were saying, "I'm Paulus" or whatever. And I think the statement was, you know, well, some plant, some water, and some harvest. But at the end of the day, God's the one who does the actual work and gives the increase.
Yes, exactly. Isn't that kind of a portion there of what you were saying before that? I mean, I think that kind of segued in with it pretty good. But
absolutely, because we may be the ones who are doing nothing but planting the seed, you know, for somebody else to come along and water and nurture. And at some other point, could be a year from now, could be 10 years from now. You know, who knows where the harvest is going to come from.
Well, it's a rough world out there. It's going to be rough for a while, like you said. I believe that. I have a kind of a confidence, you know, warrior kind of spirit that with that. And they are going to need triage, if nothing else, right? Of love, compassion. That's the one thing that I've been getting more than anything in my time in prayer and in the Word is that talking about the compassion was what moved Jesus. Compassion. I mean, I've been watching movies, you know, over the Christmas holiday about the Lord and so on, and the compassion moved him so many times. So that is, we can all ask God to give us each more of his compassion that moves us. Compassion gives us action. Don't you agree? Don't you think so?
Oh, absolutely. You know, and it comes back to when we understand the idea that, well, why do we go out and do these works? You know, a lot of people seem to think that I have to go out and do works, you know, go out and help the needy and, you know, help the sick and give food to the people who don't have it. That's all works related type thing. And some people think by doing that, they're gaining God's favor, right? But actually the opposite is true. If you go look at Ephesians 2:8, 9, and 10, you know, it's for grace by faith you're saved through faith and not of yourselves, it's the gift of God. And then he goes on to talk about how we are his workmanship made for good works. And I think that we go out and do the things more of an attitude of gratitude than trying to gain his favor, if that makes sense. In that he forgave us for when we truly understand what God did for us, how much he forgave us, what he did for us, and how he helped people, minister to people along the way, no matter what their need was. When we understand that great level of forgiveness that we have, we should just in turn go out and do the same thing. I have been forgiven so much. Why should I not be willing to forgive or to help or things of that nature?
Thank you. I think that is the missing piece of the puzzle right there, if there is one. Really. I know Jesus is the puzzle maker, in that scenario. But everything that you just shared, and I've heard you share it before. You've taught us so much. I want to give some gratitude to you. I never get to talk with you. This is like getting a one-on-one in a breakout room almost.
Yeah, I've been meaning to drop in on you some mornings, but like I say, the mornings that I was available, you had something else going on, or Saturday mornings for me, it's one of those things of okay, you got a million things to do. Let's go get started. So it's been a timing thing. So I've been trying to drop back in on you. It's just today happened to be one that happened to be able to do this, and you started reading the article, so I thought, well, I better jump in and help out here.
Thanks so much. Yeah. But really, you taught us that. And I want to thank you this is just going together great. Thanks for coming on the show.
Oh, no problem. Happy to do so.
Everything you told us right there in that few sentences there that we just went over, that's that puzzle to that piece. We've been forgiven so much. If we can see that, it will help us to forgive. Help us to have forgiveness for the trespasses and debts, of others.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, that was really a hard lesson for me to learn too, because I always thought, well, we got to go out and do the good things so that we're doing the Christian thing, right? But when it comes more from an attitude of gratitude, I've got hopefully something else I'm working on that it talks about, having the hope for the new year that people don't, it's a matter of we've been forgiven so much, we've been given so much. Now let's go out and turn that hope around and be able to share that hope as well. But at the end of the day, that hope comes from one source, and that's God and God alone. We can go out and do things to help people materially, financially, what have you. And that helps for a little time, but it doesn't bring that peace that passes understanding kind of hope, right? So that's the thing we need to be ready to turn to in this new year, I think.
Yeah, we could go on for hours, and I would love that. Maybe someday we should, you and I and different ones. We should get together and make a recording of us just talking about these things, because we're living in history, brother. How do you feel about that? If you've still got a minute, tell me what's that part of it like for you?
Oh, I have said many times in my prayers and things how thankful I am and humbled that I am that, yes, we are here for such a time as this. And I'm so grateful and thankful that God is allowing me to be used as part of this thing, right? I don't want to say I'm a big part of it, but just to be able to be a part of His plan and see what's happening. Because, like I said, I think we're in the biggest spiritual thing we've ever seen before in history, and just to be a part of that, wow, and to be part of this time frame, it's humbling to think, gosh, I can really help through part of this. And if nothing else, just to sit back knowing that God's about to move big. If nothing else, if I never did another thing for another person, just to step back and watch what He's doing is going to be miraculous all to itself.
Yes. Yeah. I'm enjoying the show just like they told us we would, right? Because we're watching God do things. And I'm like, oh. And I told a friend of mine the other day, I said, such and such and such and such. I said, well, yeah, talking about someone having that born again epiphany experience and watching them go through that. So I was telling my friend that was with me, I said, it's really kind of cool to watch that, so there are those of us that we enjoy that part of it. Some of us are out there helping to make those kinds of things happen. And, but I like watching transformation. I like to, and I used to do that when I was a young child too. Somebody would go to the altar, and you could see the washing of the Holy Spirit come out in them, and then when they got up and walked away, sometimes you could just see how different they were.
Yeah, the evidence would change life, right?
Right. Yeah.
And one thing too that I've learned over time, people they confuse repentance with we got to repent and turn from our sins and all that sort of thing, and it kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier, in that repentance is not so much changing of actions or behaviors; it's a change of attitude. Repentance is changing your mind about things. The actions and attitudes change as a result of changing your mind, if that makes sense. So people always think, well, before I can come to God, I've got to clean up my act and get my act together. That's not true. Once you change your mind and repent about the way you think about things, then that's when I think those actions are just going to naturally follow. It goes back to what I talked about, that attitude of gratitude, right? If you change your attitude or your thought process about, well, I used to enjoy doing this, but now I understand this is wrong, you'll stop doing it just because you understand you have a different perspective on that sort of thing, if that makes sense.
Well, and God, I get so excited when you talk about this, because God gives us a strength to have that change of mind, right? And then it's just so cool. It's so cool. I'm sorry.
Right. And we have to be willing to, I've many times in my prayers for people on air, I've prayed about, just give this person that mustard seed grain of faith to reach out and just say enough of, I know something needs to change, but I don't know what, and I'm willing to reach out and grab just enough, and I'm going to have to trust you to show me what else I need to know. Yeah. That's one of those things that most people don't get. They think it has to be a full conversion, and I have to take all these extra steps and do this, that, and the other thing. But I'm convinced it's that changing of the mind, that little bit of changing of the mind where the repentance comes in, then the actions and other things will fall into place. In my case, when I became a believer, the first noticeable thing was my language went from that of embarrassing a drunken sailor to just not caring to hear that sort of language. And that was almost within a few days, completely cleaned up kind of thing. So that was the first evidence of something really happening, and you got to watch people for a while, and please don't misunderstand what I'm going to say here, but we have to watch people for a while sometimes, that they will make that effort and they're trying to do it on their own, but they may eventually fall back into the things that they were doing. Now, granted, I'll say this, sin has a strong hold on us, and we can become believers and we can still fall back into the things that we used to do just because we haven't overcome yet. And I'm still guilty of that in some areas of my life as well today, even some 30 years later, right? But you can tell the true by the fruit of the Spirit of, if the change is made and they fall back into it and it doesn't bother them, something's wrong. That means they're not paying attention to the Holy Spirit, or maybe they really didn't get it the first time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
We can watch some of that in ourselves as well. Hey, I was making an effort to change this, but it doesn't bother me anymore. You need to double check yourself and make sure that you really repent from that, because I'm a firm believer in the Holy Spirit. He'll let us get away with it for a while, but at some point he's going to bring it. Hey, I don't want to say conviction is the right word. I was going to say guilt, but that's the wrong word. Conviction is the right word. Hey, you're doing something wrong. You need to stop. You need to repent, change your mind about this. Why you think it's okay to continue this way? Is it really okay to continue this way? So we have to watch for those sort of things. That's kind of been my experience and what I've learned over time.
Yeah, I always think of the word conviction as the word convince. He convinces us of what we're doing right, and he convinces us of what we're doing wrong. That's who he is.
Right, but we still have that free will choice. We still have that free will choice.
Yeah. It takes an open heart to make a softened heart. Wouldn't you agree?
Right. Well, absolutely, and that's why I say the conviction of, I'm pointing this out, showing you this is wrong. You still have the choice, right? At the end of the day. And sometimes we make that bad choice and we continue to do the wrong things. And I think at that point, God's going to say, hey, you're going to have to live with the consequences of those actions because I told you this is wrong. And whatever that is, what about the person who's, smoked all their life or heavy drinker all their life and they have consequences of lung cancer or kidney failure or liver failure or whatever. And then they turn to God and go, God, I'm asking for you to heal me. Why are you healing me? Well, you kind of set yourself up for that. And I'll be the first to admit I'm not the most healthy guy in town. It's partially my own fault. But at the same time, it's kind of a case of you took your actions, and now there's just natural consequences to actions that we have. I mean, if we don't take care of ourselves, our body's just going to fall apart, or what have you. So, and it's the same thing. Any sin that we continue to go in, if we don't repent from, okay, well, there's going to be consequences to that. You need to be prepared to deal with that. And don't blame God for not healing you or saving your life or your loved one's life. At the end of the day, somebody who died of lung cancer, who was a 2-pack-a-day smoker for 40 or 50 years, when they knew a long time ago they needed to stop. And don't get me wrong, I understand those habits. Some of them are very, very, very difficult, near impossible to break. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not trying to run anybody down who's been in that situation. I'm just trying to point out that there are consequences for our actions, and we have to be aware of that.
Into space-time of different vibrational configuration. This causes the planetary sphere to be able to be molded.
Somebody's got an open mic in the back there.
Hence the
Thumper, your mic's open, hon.
Those that had home planets other than Earth.
Yeah.
Began to enter into the last.
I wonder if I can mute him. I don't know if I can.
Yeah, you have to have co-host capability to do that, I think. So. But anyway, so yeah, like I said, I'm not trying to run anybody down, make you feel bad or whatever. It's just, I think that's just the way it is. God gives us an opportunity to do things, and there's consequences to the actions if we continue going down that path.
Well, there's more to it than that too. I didn't listen. You know what I mean? Not doing it, not quitting smoking or whatever have you. I didn't listen. I was too busy doing those good things like you're talking about. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? I got told one time, thank goodness, by a professor of mine. He said, you need to sit down. You need to get in a room with God and just listen to what He wants to say to you and what He wants to help you with. Because you're out there busy doing everything and you don't even realize He didn't tell you to do that, And so we need to listen in order to have the strength to change, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely, because we can get so tied up in doing good things that we lose sight of what needs to be done. Because the thing that I still have a problem with it from time to time. Sometimes the things that we think are the right things that need to be done may very well be something that God is not ready to do in a person's life or what they need at the time. So we have to be listening very closely, because I'm like most people, I want to go out and help them fix where I can. And I look at it from my own perspective of, well, I know what this person needs, when, well, that may really not be the thing, but I'm so busy trying to help them get through what they need. I don't stop and listen and say, okay, God, what does this person really need, and how do you want me to help them? Sometimes it may be a case of you don't do anything for them because I'm doing something else at the moment.
That was a hard lesson for me.
And you could step in. Yeah, you could absolutely step in and cause bigger problems than when you think you're trying to help them. And that's kind of one of my downfallings. Like, I tend to want to jump in and fix things a little too fast and think hopefully I have the answers, but I don't always have the answer because I don't know every detail of what's going on in somebody's life.
It's like, in third density.
Well, I don't know how we're going to help Thumper right now. Thumper, can you hear us? You have an open mic.
Years of incarnation in this higher density.
Maybe It's got to be filmed.
Sounds like he's watching TV and Mike's picking up in the background. Probably getting ready for hyperdrive. I'd be willing to bet.
That's what he's doing. Yeah, he's studying. He's doing research is what he's doing.
Because I think tonight he has an early hyperdrive edition, so it'll be down on that, I guess. So. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've kind of rattled on here a little bit too much, I guess.
Oh,
so I don't know. What do you?
Thank you.
I'm happy to stick around a little bit longer. I don't want to take over your whole show here.
Personality.
Thumper, we can hear you.
We instead of me.
Yeah, I guess maybe we do need to keep talking or something.
Yeah, I think that'll help. Just keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Chat is out there. Old man, he's talking to Common Citizen. Benjamin Porter talking about Ted Cruz.
They made it.
Let's see. Mr. Dynamax, the Holy Spirit. God only knows what Mr. Dynamax might have in chat. Be fruitful, multiply. Don't put up a barrier. Heaven forbid abortion. That's right, Mr. Dynamax. And when you talked about that in your article, Spirit Warrior. So you say that Roe versus Wade is going to be overturned during the time of revival. So you want to,
I think so, and I'll have to admit, I think I actually got that original idea from Mark Taylor, but I've kind of expanded on it. I kind of came to that conclusion a little bit on my own, then I heard Mark Taylor talking about it and just confirmed what I was thinking. But what I suspect will happen, when the corruption's uncovered in the government, which we've seen happen, I mean, it's obviously being uncovered at this point, that we've got people on the court who can overturn Roe versus Wade. Okay. And that probably what we'll see is that will be overturned. And then I'm thoroughly convinced that abortion is nothing more than blood sacrifice to Moloch or perhaps even Baal. I would say that Baal is, I don't know. I hear so many people talk. I'm not sure if Jezebel's the ruling spirit here or if Baal is. I've often wondered if we've gotten to the point, and this has become such a spiritual battle, that we're dealing with the same ruling spirit that the children of Israel had to deal with from time to time, and that would be Baal.
Yeah, I think it's the one they had to defeat at the Red Sea before they crossed. Yeah, I think it's all. I know I enjoy the history of the Bible. That was my forte in school. So, yeah, it's all centered in what Nimrod started, really, and
absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think that when abortion thing is overturned, it'll kill that blood sacrifice of either Moloch or Baal or whoever that sacrifice is to. I think there could be multiple. And I could never understand why. Especially Obama, he was just sending millions and millions of dollars to other countries for abortion and nothing else. This has to be specifically for abortion. The only conclusion I could come to after looking at that was that it was a blood sacrifice, and that those who were spending that money out across the world were trying to appease their gods so that they could stay in power. It's the only conclusion I could come to, because I just couldn't understand, why is this such a big deal? Why are they pushing the abortion thing so hard? And then when you go back and look, I mean, even the children of Israel, when you hear about not allowing your children to walk through the fire, right? That is a reference to sacrificing to the god Moloch. And the way they did it was they would put this statue of Moloch with his hands out in the middle of a hot fire, and they would go put their children on that hot fire to sacrifice them in hopes that, the gods would give them good crops or whatever the case may be, whatever it was they were looking for.
All one tribe.
So I think once that blood sacrifice is lifted, we are going to see the blinders of the enemy removed, because he's not going to have such a strong hold anymore, and the eyes of many are going to be open. Now, one thing I think may happen as well is that when Roe versus Wade is overturned, I don't think it's going to be just a complete gone. I think it's going to be sent back to the states, and the states are going to have the rights to make the decision. And this part I did get from one of Mark Taylor's talks, and I agree with what he said. And that is simply that once that happens and it goes back to the states, those states who choose to follow up on abortion or continue with abortion their states are going to have some really bad problems. The states who choose not to do that are going to be blessed by God, and they're going to flourish, while the other states right next door may be faltering. You know, I don't have any complete proof and evidence of that, but it sure makes a lot of sense understanding how God operates and understanding that blood sacrifice and what it means.
Well, and the truth in the Bible, there's a whole book, the book of Ruth, that tells us how a Moloch worshiper repented. She grew up that way. That was what she was born into. Her people were from Moab, and they were Moloch worshipers, right? And God took her life, turned it around. She married into a Jewish family, and eventually wound up leaving the Moab with her mom-in-law. They were both widows. Naomi and Ruth had both become widowed. They came back home to Bethlehem, and God eventually used Ruth, an original Moloch worshiper, redeemed, saved, turned around, and is part of the lineage of Jesus Christ himself, you know. So there's got to be hope somewhere, and I love that story. I used to use the Rahab the harlot story all the time, you know.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that when you go back and look at other people God used, Rahab also became part of that lineage of Jesus.
Yeah, right?
They asked.
Yes, old man. I don't know if you're talking to me, but Ron Wyatt, yeah. It's logical, hon. It's logical what has happened with Ron Wyatt.
Yeah, you must be. I'm watching D Live. You must be watching one of the other chats because I don't see that coming through.
Yeah, I'm on Austin. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we're gonna need to know our Bibles enough to give people hope, and changing the what do you call it? Not just the narrative, but
and they decided
the way that we talk. I think that we can't do this wrong. You know, we got to have the Holy Spirit talking through us, because we can sound self-righteous and condescending, and you know, in our own righteousness, the whole thing. And I just want to open the spigot of faith and exercise our spiritual muscles and let God take the whole thing over. And like I said, you know, I guess what I shared before, you know, I really want to watch it, and you quit it. You stop it. Stop it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Squirrel.
Major's in here being a distraction.
He's making fun of me.
Hey,
I'll get you, my pretty.
I don't want to. I'll get you, my pretty. And to the dog, too.
Might be in the physical.
You know, to interrupt and just totally be rude.
I would expect nothing less from you.
Thank you so much after that conversation about, you know.
I'm setting a good example and all. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I didn't say it was perfect.
Well, hey, you know, I got something I'd like to share. I don't. It would probably flow better into what you're talking about right now than it will during my show, because it's just a one-off. But if mine, I'll read it. It takes me just a couple minutes to read through it.
So cool.
It's a devotional that my wife shared with me last night, and I thought it was pretty good. What do you think?
Yes, please. It's my show. I can say so.
Well, here it goes. This is a devotional. So, and you know, there are all kinds of people out there. So, you know, maybe people won't agree with it. Maybe they will. I don't know, but I think it's pretty good at this point, just from what I've thought about it. But here's the bottom line. The Christian life, the church, our faith are not about us. They're about Him.
Gathering resources.
His plan, His kingdom, His glory. It really is the struggle of struggles. It is counterintuitive for all of us. It is the thing that makes our lives messy and our relationships conflicted. It's what sidetracks our thoughts and kidnaps our desires. It is a thing below all other things that you could point to that argues for our need for grace. It is the one battle that one never escapes. It is the one place where 10 out of 10 of us need rescue. It is the fight that God wages on our behalf to help us to remember that life is simply not about us. It's all about God, His plan, His kingdom, His glory. This is precisely what the first 4 words of the Bible say, and it may be the most important words. Quote, in the beginning, God.
Nobody that you talk to on the street.
These are 4 thunderously important words. They really do change everything from the way you think about your identity, meaning, and purpose to the way you approach even the most incidental of human duties. Everything that was created was made by God or for God.
It's necessary in order to defend.
All the glories of the created world were designed to point to His glory. The universe is His, designed to function according to His purpose and plan. That includes you and me.
We now have the influence.
We were not made to live independent, self-directed lives. We were not meant to exist according to our own little self-orientated plans, living for our own moments of glory. No, we were created to live for Him.
Themselves not. So unfortunately,
where is this God word living meant to find expression? It's meant to be expressed not just in the religious dimension of our lives, but in every aspect of our existence. I love how Paul captures this in 1 Corinthians 10:31. Quote, so whether you eat or drink or whatever you do all to the glory of God. Unquote. When Paul thinks of the call to live for the glory of God, he doesn't first think of the big life-changing, self-consciously spiritual moments of life. No, he thinks of something as mundane and repetitive as eating and drinking. Even the most regular, seemingly unimportant task of my life must be shaped and directed by a heartfelt desire for the glory of God. Now, I don't know about you, but in the busyness of life, I lose sight of God's existence and let alone His glory. So let's start the new year by admitting that there is nothing less natural for us than to live for the glory of another. This admission is the doorway not to despair, but to hope. God knew in your sin, you would never live this way. So He sent His Son to live the life you couldn't, to die on your behalf, to rise again, conquering sin and death. He did this so that you would not only be forgiven for your allegiance to your own glory, but have every grace you need to live for His. When you admit your need for help, you connect yourself to the rescue He has already provided in His Son, Jesus. Reach out for hope by reaching out for the rescue today. So this was what was on her devotional last night, and she had read it to me, and immediately it just struck me as kind of important, especially for, everything that's going on in our world, whether it's the election or the COVID or anything else, down to our eating of our meals, is supposed to be to the glory of God. It is not to the glory of Donald Trump or the Republican Party or Rudy Giuliani or Sidney Powell or anybody else, including ourselves. It's to the glory of God and to His plan. So I thought it was very appropriate for our audience. I don't know what you guys think of it, but I thought it was pretty good.
I did.
That makes perfect sense.
Oh, he could hear us. I thought he had a break so we could say, Thumper, we can hear you.
Thumper is the new Nurse Nat.
Well, at least she's not vacuuming. That was annoying.
Yeah,
so what do you think,
that one for? Yeah, it's a great point. And that's why I was saying earlier too. I think this whole election thing is going to come down to a point of it's just going to have to be. No man's going to fix this, right? It's going to have to be an act or a move of God, and it's going to be pretty obvious when it's all said and done, I think.
And the little things, like you said, because I think, Major, I didn't mean to cut you. Did I cut you off, Spirit Warrior? I'm sorry. It's enthusiasm that's possessed me. So anyways, the little things, because that's where the enemy comes at us the hardest. Oh, why are you doing that? That's witchcraft. You know, it's like, hell, I'm eating a sandwich. Oh, did I say that out loud? But, you know, I mean, really, it's not all about casting spells. And, you know, when I was trained in Bible college, they said, hey, you got to realize that that stuff that they call gives it power really does not. You know, that's the way I was trained. I don't know if it's right, wrong, because I've learned so much here in the 3 years I've been here. I wasn't ignoring, I wasn't in the dark about those kinds of things and what power they have. But I believe that doing everything I did, from eating to brushing my teeth, whatever, because I, you know, did it as unto the Lord, for, you know, like you said, I'm trying to be humble, for his glory. It built up God's strength in me to where those things really of the devil really don't have power if you don't give it to him. And he teaches us from the little things, just like he does children. We're supposed to come as children. We're supposed to learn little at a time, or, you know, sometimes a whole bunch, sometimes big things, but it's the little things. It's, here's a sandwich, you know, you're hungry, here's a sandwich, right? Or you know, I don't know how to explain it. You brought up the Holy Spirit, because he's the one that makes the way. He is the way for us to change. So I got all excited, guys. Sorry. Out there in PSB land.
I just like to say, to your point too, is something I've always said my entire life is we don't. You know, yeah, sure, the big things happen, and that causes problems for us, right? But it's the daily things. They say, don't make mountains out of molehills, right? But the problem is, here's the problem though, it's the molehills that you will trip over. You're not going to trip over a mountain. And that's, once you start tripping, you don't realize that little thing leads to something bigger and leads to something bigger and bigger. And, you know, that can be applied not just to me as a person on a personal level, but let's look at our politics and our legislative process. Every little change that people will say, oh, well, that's not a big deal, we can let that go. There you go. There's the perfect in. And once they've got that in, then you got the next step that goes on. And, you know, we always say that, you know, evil, the devil is sneaky, right? They're not just going to, sometimes they will, because you so conditioned that they're not going to come right up to you and say, this is what it is, and we're going to do this. You know, but you don't get that most of the time. It's that sneaky little inroad somewhere that changes your perception or the way you're doing things, or the legislative whine that says, you know, something that seems innocuous, but the next time around they add something else to it. And before you notice, the molehill has turned into a mountain, and you've tripped along all these molehills. You're now up against the mountain. The planet needs to use. This is my perspective on it.
It's kind of the slippery slope or the boiling frog thing. A little bit at a time, a little bit at a time, a little bit at a time, and before you realize that you're totally off course.
Having to work together to overcome difficulties.
You know, and that applies so much to what's going on today, is that we've lost sight of what we really should be focused on, and not, you know, what in our, I challenge somebody to point out in our current legislative bills history, relative recent history, what has been to the glory of God, such as the Constitution was intended to start it off as.
To give it another go.
Yeah.
Right.
I can't think of anything.
Yeah, and when you look at how God's used this country, you know, over the years, we've been that light of help to spread the gospel. I mean, taking the biblical position. I mean, look after World War II, right? Mm-hmm. Even though Japan and those countries attacked us, what did? We turned around and we sent supplies and goods to the people to get them back on their feet again. You know, that's a biblical principle. You know, the country's been based on that forever and ever, but within the last few decades, we've definitely moved away from that. It has been that slow, slippery slope thing. I always used to think it was when prayer was removed from the schools, but I think it actually goes back. It's probably been going on for a really long time, but maybe the real catalyst, or when it really picked up, was more with Operation Paperclip, and that led to the removing of prayer in the public schools. And it's kind of the geometric progression at that point. Sorry, it started out slow. We let people into our country, and if you look at, I kind of think the Operation Paperclip thing, it's based on a biblical principle as well. Did not God tell the children of Israel, when you conquer these groups, don't let them come within your midst, otherwise they're going to turn your heart away from me?
Yeah, crazy, right?
I think happened.
Thumper, turn off your mic, please.
Can I add something to that thought process before I totally forget it? You're talking about Operation Paperclip, or the fact of World War II and how we supported, the nations that we had defeated in battle, and we did what we should have done. Okay. And today you look at the bill that recently got through, right? And we're giving $70 million or $70 billion, I don't know what it was, to Pakistan or something like that. Don't worry about the numbers and about okay? It's the idea. We're giving billions of dollars to Pakistan. Now, we have fallen so far down that slippery slope. The heat has been turned up so far in the pot for that frog, and we have tripped over so many molehills that people today are thinking, well, we're doing these kinds of things. We're giving aid to all these countries around the world because that's a godly thing to do, right? That's the thought process. But here's the problem. The underlying structure of all of that has completely been lost. We've tripped over so many little molehills that whole structure has been destroyed, and now it's just words coming out of somebody's mouth. It doesn't mean anything anymore.
Free will.
And every time you go back to that molehill, like I said, all these molehills, you put them all together, one upon the other, and what do you get? You get a mountain. You want a freaking mountain you have to deal with, a trouble and craziness? Just keep ignoring those molehills. They'll make a big mountain.
And that's where we are today.
Or digging at them. That was my problem. I used to make mountains out of molehills. Like, I would make things bigger than they were. Pretty soon I had the bigger thing, and it was not a good one. Okay, I'm quiet now because it's your show in 2 minutes. 2-minute warning.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, love.
Oh my goodness, I didn't realize it was so close.
Keep going. This is fun.
But, you guys could stick around too, because I'm going from the cuff today. I got a bunch of stuff, a recent, kind of thing, and we're just going to do basically talking about what's going on. But, this what's going on in today's process is we have ignored those molehills for so long, like you said, that we've created a mountain in front of us, and the mountain is almost intractable. You can't pull it or get it out of the way, kind of thing. And if it wasn't for God and His plan and His glory, we might not ever get it out of our way. But that's where we are, and we got these bills that come through that are so. I can't think of the right word. They're so complicated in their nature that nobody wants to bother with it. The problem's so big. People just have given up. I think they don't, because they walk past so many molehills or tripped over so many molehills on the way that they don't. It's so big now they don't know what to do with it.
Yeah,
and so
it seems like the MO for that lately has been put in 5,000 pages, drop it the night before you have to vote on it. Nobody has time to go look at it, so we can slip in our things.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's because we've totally ignored those molehills over the last 50 years, let's say. Okay, just for a number. That's exactly what I'm saying, and you're right out. You're spot on there. That It's not a molehill that somebody drops on us that we can focus on and correct. Now it's a mountain, and who can
has time to wade through the mountain. Yeah. Nancy Pelosi said it best. You got to pass it to know what's in it.
Yeah, that's our mountain right there. That's one of them anyway,
Old man says in chat, he says, Yeshua HaMashiach, how to move mountains. Say that name. Hey, baby.
Oh, yeah, I am not, for instance, saying...
No, I was agreeing with you.
Oh, yeah.
I understand.
I just want to make it clear to everybody that I'm not saying that, with prayer and all that goes with it, that, that God can't change that. But, going back to what we were talking about, if our focus was on the little things, this is the point, is that if we focus more on the little things and focused on His glory rather than our own individual little priorities and what we think is important in the world, then we might not have found ourselves so far off course and standing in front of a huge mountain that we can't get over or get through.
Yeah, trying to make it, digging at that molehill. You keep digging at it, you dig it out, you're going to build a mountain for yourself, right? I mean, that's the way that my aunt told me when I was a kid.
Yeah, there's two ways to look at it, and that's there's two meanings. Is that you can make more out of something, a problem, and that's kind of, I think, a separate issue. You can make more out of a problem than it's really worth. And then the other side that I'm really focused on is that you're tripping over problems you choose to ignore.
Yes, and like you said, it can't be about us. Like you in the thing that you read that your wife should and that you shared with us.
Yeah.
Yes, the devotional. It can't be about us. We'll just dig ourselves into a hole. Is that kind of what you're? Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not reading this because I think that I'm better than anybody else or perfect or anything like that.
You don't sound that way.
It just struck me as being, what? Yeah, that's in our daily activities we get so distracted. It's so difficult. Hey, Thumper, good morning. Yes, your mic was open. You're the new Nurse Nat. Congratulations.
No, you're not. Thumper, we literally covered for you because we haven't stopped talking over that blessed thing since it went on. Just saying.
Oh, hey, Thumper, you got it out of the way. The rest of the year, you'll be good now.
Just doing some research.
That's what I told them. Did you hear me say that? All right.
That's what we said earlier. We said you're getting ready for hyperdrive tonight. we could hear what you were playing in the background back there.
All right. Well,
good deal.
Should have yelled louder. I had the audio on, but I was in the other room.
We were yelling. We weren't loud enough, I guess.
Sorry.
Experienced by the great.
No worries, Thumper. It's all good. But I've been thinking this exact kind of thing for a while now. It's like there are certain times throughout the day that and like when you go to bed and when you get up in the morning and kind of thing. When you have that moment of quiet that you can actually go, oh yeah, God. It's still there. He's still there. But throughout the day, you lose focus on that because of all the other things that are going on. And I lose focus as it is on a regular basis every few minutes. So, how do I keep that focus and try to improve what I'm focused on if I can't stay focused on it in the first place?
Right. Well, I think our society today, and maybe over the last 20, 30 years, it's been more geared toward we have to keep doing something all the time. The kids have to be at soccer practice, and this one has to be at ballet practice. And, all the things that are going on to be nothing more than distractions to keep us from focusing on the important things, and that would be family and God and that sort of thing, right? By the time Sunday comes, the traditional church time when we're supposed to be with God, you're supposed to be with them all the time, but you know what I mean? That's the corporate focus time. We're so worn out and drained. It's like, oh gosh, I can't get up and do another thing. And that's always the first thing that goes. And I don't know, I don't get me wrong, people. I understand sports is a good, big thing for a lot of people. But for me, I've always looked at that as, if you can quote the 1950 baseball statistics for every team and not quote too many Bible verses, I think you've got your focuses wrong. I'm not saying sports is an evil, bad, horrible thing. It has its place, but we can't let it be the ruling, controlling thing in our lives. And that would go with anything either. I mean, whether that's, if you know every line of every movie that ever came out, or whether it's all about your sports, or whether it's whatever, those things I think are made to distract us and keep us from focusing on the real thing. And that's what I was saying about earlier. I think when this is all said and done, when the election stuff falls out, God is going to restore, when everything comes to light, God is going to restore what the evil ones have taken. And I think part of that is our time, so that we have to work 2 full-time jobs just to get by, and can't put, I mean, the kids go off latchkey kids, or they go off to daycare. And don't get me wrong, I understand sometimes we have to do that. It's just the way that the society is structured. But I'm really hoping and praying that God's going to remove all those distractions so that we can get back with our kids and get back with our families and spend the time with other people that we need to, and most importantly, be able to spend time back with Him and restore that relationship that we've lost.
Yeah, I agree. But, at the same time, I have a dozen tabs open up about other issues that we have to distract ourselves for this show and how do you keep that all in perspective while we're doing this? So that, and you mentioned sports. One of my tabs is sports, and it's not because I totally agree with you. If I didn't have the tab open, I wouldn't be able to read it to you. I wouldn't be able to tell you about it. But even though I watched a game last night,
I mean, I'll be the first to admit, I used to, for me, before it became all political, I would watch sports from time to time just for the sake of, it's a chance to get away and take my mind off what's going on in the world and just do something different, right?
Yeah,
it's all become so political. I'm like, well, I'm in that already every day. Why bother, wasting time on sports now, because they're just doing the same thing I was trying to escape from.
Yeah, the only sports that I watch, and it's going to be sad here in the next couple of weeks when it's all said and done, but is college football. I don't watch anything else, and college football almost went by the wayside this year with the whole COVID stuff. I was waiting to see how that was going to play out, but so speaking of, that's my segue into college football. I don't know if anybody out there watched any of the games last night or yesterday, but being that I live in Alabama, Nick Saban, coached at Michigan State. I'm from Michigan originally. I feel like I have a connection with him, but I really don't, other than that. But so I've been following Alabama, and it's been a joy to watch them over since we've been down here since 2010, end of 2009. But so Alabama won yesterday. They beat Notre Dame. And surprise, surprise, Ohio State. Sorry, Indy, if you're listening, but one of the most hated teams from where I come from beat Clemson yesterday as well. So it's going to be an Alabama-Ohio State matchup. So looking forward to that. It was, it was kind of fun to watch the game. I could only watch one of them. I couldn't sit there for 2 football games, but it's a little details about the college football in the games. Michigan, the University of Michigan has won more football games than Ohio State and Alabama. Only 3 victories separate the Buckeyes and the Crimson Tide. Ohio State has won 931 games. Alabama has won 928. Crimson Tide had 15 national championships, and the Buckeyes have 8. And the way Ohio State beat Clemson, I was really kind of surprised, but they pretty much tore them up from what I've read. So it's going to be interesting, and the whole matchup. I'm looking forward to. Thank you, there, USA Patriot. Roll Tide, absolutely. I mean, come on. I'm sorry, Ohio folks out there. I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but I gotta say it. What the hell is a Buckeye anyway? It's a nut. There you go. Anyway, and I'm sure I'll get a bunch of Ohio's fans saying things here in the chat.
You won't hear the end of that for a while.
Yeah, probably not. But that's okay. It's a friendly thing. And you know what? I don't really identify like most people do with Alabama cheats. We have it all dark to light. Mavic 504, is it? Nice. Yeah, I don't identify like, it's like, well, my team won. We played really well. I don't do that. It's Alabama. It's whatever team. I just enjoy watching it. And then Alabama. Whether you like them or not, they've had some really great teams over the last few years, and it's been fun to watch them. So that's enough about college football. We'll just get rid of that now. But there you go. That'll be the end of my sports season once that game's done. I'm not sure.
No, I understand that. I know for me, I was watching sports from time to time, but man, when family and life and kids came along, I'm like, I don't have time for both. My kids just weren't into the sports thing, so I couldn't sit down and watch the game with them, which was okay. We had other things to do, and I kind of felt it was maybe a little more important to be focusing on doing stuff for work and the kids as opposed to sitting down and watching a game. I'd probably put it on in the background and just pay attention to it, so I could at least always go to the office the next day and talk about what happened, But for me, it became a matter of I had to make a choice of, okay, my kids aren't into this. And if your kids are into sports and you can sit and watch it with them, that's great, because you're doing something together.
Right, right.
In my case, they weren't, so I had to just kind of put it on the back burner and watch if I ever got a minute or two and kind of go from there. But yeah, here again, I'm not accusing it, it's not a horrible thing, but it has to be in balance.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, like, I've missed a few games this year, and it was like, darn it, I forgot all about it. They were on today, Saturday, and that's about as upset as I get about it. And if Alabama loses a game, over these last, it's just kind of like, but that's it. I don't. Beyond that, I really don't care that much. It's just like you said earlier. It's a distraction. Something to look forward to, maybe. Etc. And it's something I grew up doing as well. So there's that connection to it, as well with my, with our older generations that watched football incessantly and, and baseball and whatever. So, and I don't get to watch any hockey teams that I enjoy watching either anymore. So there you go. So, okay, back into the political news of the day. No, you're talking to Mavica is talking to Deborah about WWE wrestling. Oh dear God, here we go. So I guess now we'll probably get into some meat and potatoes. I was hoping we'd have a couple of people join us here. I don't know, Spirit Warrior, how long you'll be able to stick around, but thanks for being here now. Baby Rock, feel free to jump in at any time. I know you already been on the air for a couple hours, so I don't don't knock yourself out. I mean, for me, it's hard to do extra time sometimes. So, but anyway, so here I'm going to start with my first article, and we'll just start talking about the things that are going on in the world today. I caught this from one of the emails that I get on all the news articles and stuff, or the things that I follow. And it was talking about the mayors of the cities. And this one is, these are the 10 worst mayors in the nation. So I thought that would be a pretty decent way to get started here. might be kind of comical, but in some sense. As one of our Red State diarists, Dana Pico, mused, quote, "There are times that I wonder if today's Democrats see George Orwell's 1984 not as a warning, but a model of good government." That's so perfect. Oh my goodness. That's like, I couldn't have come up with that. That's perfect. I think that oftentimes you could probably say they do see that as a model of good government. In celebration of a 2020 that desperately needs to come to an end, which thank goodness it has, here is a list of the top 10 worst mayors in the nation. These mayors most definitely use Orwell's 1984 as their policies and procedures manual, if not their Bible. It comes as no surprise that all 10 of the mayors on the list are Democrat. Something about that political party. And that 5 of the 10 are mayors of West Coast cities. Something about the Pacific Ocean. Several of the mayors have overseen a mass exodus of people from their cities and even their state in a 10-month period. But most of all, every one of these mayors stand out as abject failures of governance, okay. I guess I'm not awake yet. I'm going to take another drink of coffee. With constituents that literally despise them. Without further ado, here is the top 10 worst mayors list for 2020. Michael Hancock, Denver. Denver Mayor Michael Hancock could have stayed under the radar and never made it to the top 10 on this list. But thanks to his holiday hypocrisy, he landed firmly in the final spot. Quote, according to the news report, Denver Mayor Michael Hancock was spotted leaving the state to go spend Thanksgiving with his daughter in Mississippi. The mayor's office said that the mayor had canceled his big holiday dinner this year, but, quote, unquote, traveled alone. Aside from the whole public transportation and flying from a crowded airport thing, that is. His flight allegedly also took off 30 minutes after he posted this little gem to his Twitter account. Now, this right here, total disconnect. Complete and utter disconnect. It makes you wonder what is wrong with their thinking process. Local investigative reporter Nicole Vapp probably, dropped the hammer, exposing Mayor Hancock's hypocrisy of not only telling others to stay at home, but hopping a flight from Colorado to Mississippi without so much as an eyelash blink. Hancock was, quote unquote, deeply regretful. Yeah, I bet he was. If he had not been caught, he wouldn't be regretful, saying he led with his heart and not his head. Oh. When do they ever lead, let alone actually use their head to do so? Now, I suppose that would show me I got to get out of this read-only mode, and we can go and see the actual tweet. I guess I put it in this way. Where is it? I saw it there earlier. Well, let's see. I'm going to go to the link. Oh, it just came in. No. Where is the tweet? They showed it earlier. I know. I saw it. It was just... okay, here it is. Pass the potatoes, not the COVID. Stay home as much as you can, especially if you're sick. Host virtual gatherings instead of in-person dinners. Avoid travel if you can. Order your holiday meal from a local eatery. Shop online with a small business for Black Friday. And this nice little graphic down here. How nice is that? And he puts that tweet out just before he gets on a plane to fly to somewhere to have dinner with a family member. That's called hypocrisy. Number 9, Sam Liccardo, our first Coastie mayor, enters the fray. San Jose Mayor Sam Liccardo, like Hancock of Denver, probably could have avoided this list too, but when you dictate to people that they are required to follow certain behavior, you better make sure you're dictating to yourself. San Jose Mayor Sam Liccardo ignored his own protocols and had Thanksgiving with family members outside of his own household. Quote, the NBC Bay Area Investigative Unit has learned Liccardo celebrated with his elderly parents at their Saratoga home with an unknown number of guests. While the mayor's staff did confirm the dinner took place, they have not disclosed how many other people attended, how many different households were present, and whether any of those tenants wore masks while not eating, unquote. So much for Liccardo avoiding big gatherings and keeping people safe. The San Jose mayor assumed because he wasn't Governor Gavin Newsom that no one would be watching. Dude, we're all stuck at home. You know we're watching. So much for Liccardo avoiding the big gatherings, keep people safe. I just repeated it. Okay. Coming in at number 8.
Well,
Austin.
You know, your average person's not watching because the mainstream media is not reporting on that stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, I don't know who these local markets are that are doing these reports, but that's how they're getting this information. So, NBC Bay Area Investigative Unit. So, you know, maybe they are seeing some of this local stuff. You know what I mean? Obviously the national mainstream media is doing exactly like you said. They're not reporting it.
Yeah, good point. The locals may be reporting on it, but the nationals definitely not.
Yeah, Austin, Steve Adler from Austin has been a zealot for COVID rules and mask compliance. His Twitter profile shows he is a perfect poster child for mask adherence. Between criticisms of Republican Texas Governor Greg Abbott, Adler makes sure to post statistics from the County Department of Health and information on how you can stop the spread. While he was gaslighting his constituents, pretending to be, quote unquote, all in it together, Adler was posting his crumbs of wisdom from a vacation home in, wait for it, Cabo San Lucas. How nice. Kira Davis unveiled this stunning hypocrisy. Quote, Adler agreed, and just ahead of Thanksgiving, he posted a video to his Facebook page once again, encouraging Austinites to stay home, avoid travel, and forego Thanksgiving with family in the name of safety. He suggested that Austin may have to close again if people did not comply. What he did not disclose is that he sent a message from his family time-sharing Cabo San Lucas. In case you're not a big geography fan, that's in Mexico. In an exclusive report, The Statesman reveals that recently Adler hosted an outdoor wedding for his daughter with at least 20 guests. You know, personal note on that, my daughter got married this year, and we did not have a family gathering at all. It was her now husband, and their dog. And it was because of concerns for COVID. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that, but, you know, here I am, my first child gets married, and I'm not able to be there. I'd personally like to slap this guy a few times. Even after being exposed, Adler had the unmitigated gall to post this to his Twitter account. And it doesn't show it. Let's see if we can go back and find it. Go down to Austin. I just want to keep all this garbage off in here, but unfortunately, we have to kind of go through it if we want to see this. Where does it say this? See, his whole Twitter feed is on here, it looks like. Bear with me, trying to find the actual post that they're talking to. Getting close, I think. There it is. Even after being exposed, Adler had the unmitigated gall to post this to his Twitter account. I went over these numbers and trends tonight on Got a Minute. If you participated in high-risk Thanksgiving activities, indoor gatherings, travel, or crowded gatherings, get tested at least 3 to 5 days after the event and stay home for 7 days after gathering or traveling if you test positive. Maybe if he paid more attention to the home fires, he wouldn't get called out by the governor of Texas for the city's crime problem. Coming in number 7 is a London breed, San Francisco. That makes sense with a name like London breed. Okay. Our second coastie in the running for the top 10 sweepstakes, besides the most pretentious name this side of Stockton, the San Francisco's mayor woke governance has seen an exponential increase in homelessness, drug use, and public nudity on the streets, not to mention dodging fecal matter on all the major thoroughfares. Breed has also overseen the exodus of several Silicon Valley heavyweights, including Palantir's Alex Karp, Oracle's Larry Ellison. Yet, like Governor Gavin Newsom and another mayoral entry, Breed targets churches as vectors of COVID spread. And complains that Newsom's replacement of Senator Kamala Harris with someone who isn't a black female is a slap in the face. Mayor Breed slapped her own constituents in the face when, "Is you or is you not my constituents?" That's from Brother, Where Art Thou? Anyway, on the heels of Newsom's infamous visit, Breed also dined at a pricey French Laundry. As Jen Van Laar reported, Breed attended the 60th birthday party of socialite Goretti Lolui at an exclusive restaurant in the very same private dining room Newsom's party occupied. Breed's spokesperson, Jeff Cretan, described the party as a small family birthday dinner comprised of 8 people. But there's no word on who the other attendees were and how many households were represented. Unquote. San Francisco is full of champagne elitists, but even they are getting fed up. These elected officials are constantly saying, quote unquote, we must sacrifice our time and family and friends in order to stop the spread, without that sacrifice extending in their direction. Breed was still playing this game at the Christmas holidays.
Hey, man, I'm going to have to drop out here for a while. If I can get back and help you a little bit later, I will. I got to go take care of some stuff.
No worries. I see Pam. I see the back of Pam in the background there, so he may jump in and auto-correct my comments. I don't know.
Yeah, watching what he's editing here, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, maybe I should stop talking and watch him instead.
I'm taking sample photos and videos with the lens I'm trying to sell. So I'm
all right, gotcha.
Getting this stuff trimmed up to send it off.
All right, Spirit Warrior. Thanks for.
All right, I'll try to drop back in later if I can.
Sure, no problem. All right, number 6. Down to the frozen tundra of the upper Midwest. Had it not been for the death of George Floyd, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey could have fallen into woke obscurity as another pajama boy running a major city into the ground. Thanks to Black Lives Matters and Antifa's violent, quote-unquote, protests over the death of George Floyd, Frey is doing a horrible job of rebuilding from the ruins, especially with no federal funds to assist that. You broke it, you pay for it. Frey and the Minneapolis City Council led the rallying cry to defund the police after the Floyd-inspired violence, where Frey allowed rioters to burn down the police headquarters. Frey and the council got their wish, cutting $8 million from the police budget, but that quote-unquote monkey's paw grant came with a huge surge in violence. Frey stays on track, he'll move up the list come next year. Now we go back to the West Coast. Not only does our third coastie entry, Seattle Mayor Jenny Durkan, win the mid-slot prize, but she is fighting with Frey in a number 4 entry for the award of stupidest mayor on the planet. Seattle has tolerated Antifa violence for years, thinking as long as it was isolated to certain areas that it was all good in the hood. When Black Lives Matter decided to up the ante and create an autonomous zone called CHOP, then Chaz, in the middle of downtown Seattle, Durkan had nothing but high praise for this expression of, quote, First Amendment rights, demanding we do better as a society and provide true equity for communities of color is not terrorism, it is patriotism. She also said the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone is not a lawless wasteland of anarchist insurrection. I wonder what Pam would say to that, having been out there. It is a peaceful expression of our community's collective grief and the desire to build a better world. Given his track record, it's not hard to believe that Trump is wrong yet again.
It's definitely a wasteland. Total. Yeah, it's disgusting.
It's definitely a wasteland, yes. Durkan used it as a platform to condemn President Trump and praise Seattle, who was on the forefront of quote-unquote true and meaningful change. I'm not going to read any more of her idiocy there. Only after the radicals decided to protest at her house, then it becomes a problem. She decided the protest of Chaz needed to cease. Interesting. Things have been going south fairly quickly with rapes and murders piling up in the autonomous zone. But up to that point, to Durkan, it was just one big quote-unquote block party. So what did the good Mayor Durkan do? She laid the blame for the fallout at the feet of her police chief, Carmen Best, who happened to be the first woman of color to hold the position. Attack and blame the one person who's going to protect your own property, you stupid bear. After a Seattle City Council voted his last chief Best salary in half, Best chose to resign. My colleague, Sister Tolja, wrote, quote, the irony here cannot be overstated. Definitely cannot. In an effort to appease radical Black Lives Matter activists, the city council chose to show their support for diverse Black voices by punishing one for expressing her disagreement. Wow. So much for true equity. We're down to number 4, or up to number 4, however you want to look at it. Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler and Jenny Durkan are almost neck and neck, but the idiot Wheeler gets a higher ranking for being the worst form of a cuck. And that's, I know, is one of Pam's favorite words. And that's saying a lot when you have Minneapolis Mayor Jason Fry and the winner of the number 1 slot in this mix. Wheeler decided to march in solidarity with violent protesters back in July and tolerated his own version of a Chaz. When President Trump offered to send in the National Guard to help quell the unrest, Wheeler doubled and tripled down on his hatred for Trump and refused help. Instead, he sat back and watched as his citizens' businesses and his city were destroyed. Wheeler has had BLM and Antifa mount perpetual protests at his condo building, where rioters actually entered the lobby of the building and then occupied it. It took over 100 days of violence and destruction of property for Wheeler to finally condemn it. Too little, too late. Oh, here we go. Number 3. Coming in at number 3 is Beetlejuice. Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot was one of the first passengers on the COVID hypocrisy train. Wow. Somebody needs to make a video of the COVID hypocrisy train. That could be really funny. Come on, somebody out there in chat, you can do this. While she tweeted about, quote, stay home, save lives, unquote, and threatened people if they broke the lockdowns and quarantine, then she decided she needed a haircut. Nice. She must be related to Nancy. My colleague, Nick Arama, documented her excuse. Quote, I'm on national media and I'm out in the public eye, she stated. I'm a person who I take my personal hygiene very seriously. As I said, I felt like I needed to have a haircut, like what said, Beetlejuice said, and I'm not able to do that myself. So I got a haircut. You want to talk more about that? Well, Mayor Beetlejuice, you can do what I do when my hair gets too long and I'm about ready to do it. You just cut it all off. It wouldn't make you look any worse. It's not her own fault she needs her roots done. How dare you question her authority? I see Baby Rock sign languaging me, but I have no idea what she's trying to tell me.
Hi, I gotta go out and restart. I'm lagging. See?
Okay.
I'll be here in about 10 minutes.
All righty.
Thank you.
Okay, where was I here now? Oh, yes. Like Durkin, Mayor Lightfoot praised the summer's peaceful, they got lined out, destructive protesters until they showed up at her house. Then she banned them, but only from her blog. Quote, to quote Doc Holliday, or at least the Val Kilmer version of him, Chicago's Mayor Lori Beetlejuice, hypocrisy knows no bounds. That's true. We need to get a clip of that too. Hypocrisy knows no bounds. Doc Holliday. According to the Chicago Tribune, the Chicago Police Department is under orders from the mayor's office that no protesters are allowed in the area of Logan Square where the mayor lives. Wow. You know, you would think the people of Chicago would like rise up and demand a recall or just tell her to get out of office. I mean, oh my goodness. Really? You could be in my neighborhood and destroy my stuff, but your neighborhood is off limits? Wrong answer. Like, Beetlejuice continues to be a regular passenger on the Hypocrisy Express, leading to a celebration rally after Joe Biden was declared his victorious fantasy in the presidential election. While she also continues to ignore weekend murders in black neighborhoods, of course, and blames them on COVID. So COVID has been around for the last 75 years in Chicago, evidently. But Beetlejuice is part of the intersectional left, black, lesbian. So in Chicago, at least, she will always get a pass. All right. Moving on to number 2. Oh, dear. This was another almost neck-and-neck call, but Mayor the Bolshevik, a.k.a. Marcus Mayor Marfan, is still forced to take second string. At the beginning of the quote-unquote 15 days to stop the spread, Mayor Marfan decided that there needed to be a tip line to report New Yorkers who were not observing social distancing. How do you report places that aren't enforcing social distancing? It's simple. Just snap a photo and text it to 311-692. That's fine there. You know, major ass clown move right there. It went over as well as could be expected. As my colleague sister told you, reported, quote, here we are just a few days later, and the New York Post is reporting that the text line has been, quote unquote, flooded with obscene photos. I remember this now. Comparisons of Blasio to Hitler and links photos to the reports of him going to the gym as other New York residents were told to hunker down, quote unquote. Good on you, New York residents. Now that's an example, although I don't know that I would suggest that you use obscene photos, but that's an example where the people can rise up and tell the idiots that, they can go stuff it. The Bolshevik made a big show of painting a Black Lives Matter street mural in the wake of George Floyd's summer of unrest and he spearheaded the successful defunding of the police while watching crime rates spike out of control as a result. Marxist Mayor Marfan is a despised man, even by the state's governor, who is no peach himself. That's an understatement. Democrat Max Rose called him the worst mayor in the history of the country. Oh, apparently Mayor Marfan continues to double down on that title with pride, pretending to care by clowning himself with videos about mask usage, while making plans to stiff the Orthodox Jewish community on getting vaccinations, even though he has personally blamed them for the COVID spread in the city. Anti-Semitic much? You look up quote-unquote horrible human in the dictionary, and the Bolshevik explodo is more likely next to it. You look up quote-unquote useless tool, and you'll find a picture of his West Coast treasurer who took the #1 spot. Okay, here we are finally. #1. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I'm sure there are some comments. I can't watch them all. Now you're going by slow. All right. #1, Eric Garcetti, Los Angeles. Diarist Caitlin Batts said it best. Quote, the situation isn't any better on the West Coast either, where Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti's approach to the COVID-19 epidemic has only worsened many of the most pressing issues facing the city. Homelessness, for example, has long been a major problem facing Los Angeles. Mayor Garcetti has promised to address the issue, but has come up short time and again in finding a true solution. The city pledged to house 15,000 of its homeless residents during the COVID-19 pandemic, but it has continuously failed to meet that goal. Well, Garcetti referred to the homeless population as horseshit, really, and has ignored the overflow of human detritus and waste that has filled. Not sure how to pronounce that one. I got to make sure I look that one up. The waste that was filled every street and every underpass from Atwater Village to Woodland Hills. He has fixated on ensuring that every COVID-19 dictate spewed by Governor Harold Joe Newsom is enforced, even declaring that, quote unquote, snitches get rewards to anyone who would report their neighbor for violating the governor's, quote unquote, safer at home orders. Another major ass clown. While cutting off water and power from home and businesses who refuse to adhere to the orders. That's got to be illegal somehow. However, Mayor's uselessness did show his concern about Angelinos by giving them a discount on parking violations. What a stand-up guy. What Garcetti never failed to do was miss a moment to be in front of the cameras as the West Coast surrogate for the Biden-Harris ticket. He even had the hopes of riding the ticket's coattails to D.C., where his illusions of grandeur could be fully realized. BLMLA helped to burst that bubble. Wow, did BLMLA actually do something useful? They labeled him a white supremacist and protested in front of his house in order to tank any chance that Biden would consider him for a cabinet position. Good news is that BLM-LA succeeded, so the rest of the nation has been spared Garcetti's abject incompetence. The bad news is Los Angeles is still stuck with him. What a way to be #1. So that I hope you enjoyed that one. I thought that was an interesting just look. A lot of stuff we already know, of course, but might be a little bit of a lighthearted look at the worst mayors in the country. So I'm sure the elephant in the room that everybody wants to talk about is, I think my D-Live is stuck actually. Hold on one second. I got to reset that. pBox and D-Live. Where'd you go? There you are. And Oh, there we have one update anyway. All right. Thank you very much for that comment there, dear man. Glad you enjoyed it. So we're going to move on to the January 6th. Oh, goodness. Dear man is enjoying the posting of GIFs in the chat of D-Live. All right. Well, here we go. Massive amounts of evidence will be presented on 6 January. Trump. President Donald Trump announced the evidence of alleged election fraud will be presented on January 6th during the joint session of Congress. Trump wrote on Twitter. It comes as Senator Josh Hawley of Republican Missouri and about 40 House GOP lawmakers have announced they would challenge the Electoral College votes during the January 6th joint session of Congress due to alleged fraud and irregularities during the November 3rd election. The challenge could lead to several hours of debate during the session. The challenge is supported by Trump, who in recent weeks has met with House lawmakers, including its chief sponsor, Representative Mo Brooks, Republican from Alabama, at the White House. Trump's advisor, Jason Miller, told Newsmax earlier in the week that the team is aiming to present more evidence. Quote, "We will have a chance in front of the American people next week to present these cases, all these evidences of fraud." Now, I wonder if we're going to see this on mainstream media, or they're just simply not going to show it and we'll have to watch it on C-SPAN or here. I wonder if they'll be putting it out there, kind of, that'll be interesting, whether they'll get forced to put it out, on the nature of the topic, Pointing to a lawsuit filed by Representative Louis Gohmert against Vice President Mike Pence earlier this week to prevent him from confirming Joe Biden's electoral victory. Of course, we know that lawsuit has now been thrown out. Pence lawyers with the Department of Justice later said Pence isn't the person who should face a lawsuit, arguing that Gohmert should have sued Congress. If Hawley and the other lawmakers challenge the state's electoral college votes, Trump's campaign will make their presentation. The challenge requires a senator and a representative to carry out. Miller pointed to law changes regarding mail-in ballots in Wisconsin and other states, quote-unquote, suitcases of ballots, in Georgia being wheeled out late at night on November 3rd in Atlanta State Farm Center, and officials in Michigan and Arizona allegedly blocking them from inspecting voting systems. State election officials in those states have denied claims from the Trump team and third parties about voter fraud and irregularities. What is it that you're hearing, Miss Bowie? Open mic. I hear nothing. I don't see anybody out there that could have an open mic right now. My mic's open, and I know that. Are you suggesting that I should turn my mic off, Miss Bowie? These are specific types of evidence we want to present to the American people on the national stage. And not allow local politicians to sweep it under the rug, Miller said on the program. Miller and Trump did not elaborate on how they would present that information to Congress or whether they'd be able to do so. The president, in making his announcement for January 6th, retweeted Hawley's post where he said that millions of Americans are, quote unquote, concerned about election integrity and deserve to be heard. Absolutely correct, in my opinion. Somebody has to stand up. 74 million Americans are not going to be told their voices don't matter, Hawley also stated. Trump has suggested that his supporters attend rallies and events on January 6th, including one in Washington, D.C. at 11 a.m. And we look forward to our local D.C. area peeps out there getting video and reporting from the rallies. So that's the end of that story. What do y'all got to say about that? Massive amounts of evidence will be presented. Frankly, I hope they take an entire week to go through all the evidence, so they just pound it away day and night for a week and just ruin those people that have been out there on the left, and they have to sit through all this stuff. And maybe some of them will wake up, huh? Well, dear man, I don't know if D-Class will come just yet, but it would be nice, right? But I think they're focused just on with this January 6th. You'd think they'd do D-Class soon, but I don't know, Brown Eye, whether he will or not. I got a couple of things here on Linwood that we'll get to, but it would be nice. Yes, Linwood. He's been pretty out there, pretty visible recently. As a matter of fact, I think a next article here. This is just an opinion piece here real quick, but this is, I'm sure y'all have seen this on Twitter. Linwood says Mike Pence guilty of treason, faces execution by firing squad, quote, will sing like a canary. Does anybody speak canary in the government? So this is from WeLoveTrump.com. Every once in a while I get something. I don't even know why I get stuff from them, but I thought it was interesting just because this guy, it's not his opinion. He says he's simply reporting what famed attorney Linwood has been saying. And yes, I'm actually very proud that Mr. Woods chose to cite a We Love Trump article. If you think Linwood threw Mike Pence under the bus with that tweet above, baby, you ain't seen nothing yet. That is well-respected powerhouse attorney Linwood saying that Mike Pence should be arrested for treason. Perhaps is already on the list. That's bad. That's a bombshell in this author's opinion. He took it even further, saying Pence will face execution by firing squad and he will sing like a canary. Notice he also says that Secretary Pompeo will save the election. Pompeo's always been one of the few that this guy has trusted. Nice to see those instincts were right. And he just goes on to talk about his poll that he was conducting. But Linwood has put out some fairly controversial statements out there. I don't have any sauce on whether he's accurate, right, kind of thing. But it does make you wonder with all the traveling back and forth recently, with President Trump coming back from Mar-a-Lago and Pence canceling his trip to Israel and then coming back. But there have been a lot of different things going on. So it's hard to say exactly what is going on. Let's see here. Of course, we got this from the Gateway Pundit. We caught them pallets of fake ballots in Georgia's Fulton County were identified, filmed, and sampled before moving trucks picked them up and shredded them. I'm sure you all saw this as well. Counterfeit Fulton County ballots. Ronald Foose, you're absolutely right. These things have been changing, always. That's why you kind of got to step back and just, you got to read this stuff. You got to think about it, decide for yourself, of course, do a little research. But really the thing is, you just kind of got to step back and wait and see. I'm just reading. I don't know that I agree or disagree with anything that's being put out here. I just thought these articles were interesting for various reasons. But right. A couple of weeks ago, Pence was going to save the election. Today it's Pompeo, right? And what's going to happen on the 6th? I don't know, but I'm certainly looking forward to it. And all dramatic, yes, good point there. If unable to attend the D.C. rally, check your state's capital for protests, peaceful protests. Because, if you can get out. I don't know about all of you, but I don't always, get to see everything or hear everything that's going on. I love, and I'm not sucking up to Pam in any way, shape, or form here, but I love listening to his show and Radix show, but I don't always get to just because of the time of day. And lately here, I have not been able to get up and watch Slumber Show in the morning. So I miss a lot of shows of various reasons, and I don't necessarily watch a whole lot of news anymore. So I tend to miss things. So, when I come across an article, it may be old news from this week, but at least, this is what I'm getting into. So I really don't, have a whole lot of information on everything. It's nice to see. It's pull it up and talk about it and see what y'all have to say. And who knows? It's just interesting. Riggs Decimal Voting asks, any evidence to back up allegations against Pence? Well, I think all I've seen out there so far, and this is just me, all I've seen is opinions, and the people like Lynn Wood that have opinions out there that are very, much in the spotlight, have not shared, that specific evidence. If there is specific evidence, they're not sharing it. For what reason? I don't know. Maybe they don't have it, or maybe they just are waiting until January 6th to see what's happening, and then they can say, yep, this is the information we had. This is what we had, this opinion. See, I told you so. Ocean's daughter, I don't think any of us know where you heard that Pence was planning an assassination of President Trump. That's really out there. I don't know. I've never heard that. I don't know if anybody else has. That's definitely out there, though. And dear man, I think, you're right to some extent. Well, it remains to be seen how large that extent is, but only his reputation is putting any credence on his tweets. And, see, I could say the same things that Lynn Wood is saying, right? But, I don't have any information on that, but nobody would pay any attention to me. So I think Dear Man makes a point. You have to kind of step back and, consider it based on what you know, and maybe do a little research. But, remember, it's an opinion upon what they think, what these individuals, these people like Lynn Wood think. Now, maybe they got insight that we don't have. So take it with a grain of salt and just wait and see what happens. Are we going to have more voter fraud in the Georgia runoff? Yeah, I think there probably will be. It'll be a little harder for them to get away with it this time, but I think there will be, just based on the whole environment, what's going on there, and nothing has changed. I'm not sure who Nanabe is talking to. I don't think anybody said that hasn't happened, but so yeah, we saw this story probably over the last week or two. There's not much. Well, it's one of these things because the print is so big. So according to this, somebody's operative went to Bolton County warehouse and took a series of photos of these fake ballots. Should be noted the photos of these ballots were posted earlier last month from inside the same warehouse. All of a sudden, a bunch of trucks come along to take these ballots and shred them. Not much substance to that article, which is typical with the Gateway Pundit. It was just a photo of the ballots and the fact that we've heard that they've come in and it's take them away and shred them. Now, earlier in an article it said 40 GOP members of the House. This article from Zero Hedge is at least 140 House Republicans plan to object to Biden electoral votes. Now, this is coming, an update, they were quoting CNN Jake Tapper, who says that 2 House Republicans told him, again, how reliable is this? I don't know. So when you start out the article with CNN's Jake Tapper, that just puts a lot of suspect to it. At least 140 GOP members of the House will object to Biden's electoral college win. 2 House Republicans tell CNN, same thing there. This is a list of the so-called objectors. It's out there. And here they go on to say at least 25 Republicans plan on challenging. Look, nobody's getting a straight answer, guys. Everybody's going to give you a different number. It's going to be we'll see how many actually object. Remember, it only takes 1, but of House and 1 of the Senate. Yeah, I think Naime, just quickly looking at what you said, I remember the Pence-Ryan email was proven false. That I agree, that was proven false. I just read about that the other day. You're right, dear man, it's all kabuki theater at this point. Objections are filed in writing and must have the support from at least 1 member of each chamber. If they do, they trigger a 2-hour debate and a vote by the House of Representatives and the Senate. A simple majority in each chamber is required to uphold the challenge. And there is going to be the issue, probably. A simple majority. Can you get a simple majority in the House? Good question. I think in the Senate that is even in question these days, but we'll see what happens. I hope people realize that, there's enough there and they don't follow their leftist Chinese connected masters. And this goes on just to say the same old things. Virtually all Democrats have said they will not object and have criticized those who plan to challenge votes. Except, I think, in a couple elections bygone, the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, challenged some things in their meeting of certifying the vote. The electors' votes. And here, this cracks me up. Senator Hawley has every right to object, said Senator Lindsey Graham on Fox News. But it's another thing to overturn an election of another state. Yeah, that's technically correct, Senator, but it's in the Constitution. It can be done. And maybe, maybe he's saying that it will be hard to do. It's harder to overturn the election of another state, but it can be done. That's why the process is the way it is. Yeah, and I mean, I think, there is a lot of disinfo out there. That's why you got to be careful what you believe. Read stuff, check it, research it as best you can, but don't necessarily believe it just because I've said it or anybody else has said it or it's written down on the internet. Like if dead people were voting, I want the names, Graham added. Want the names of the dead people? Why? What are you going to do to them? They're dead. That just sounds really funny. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Oh, Nurse Nat. Welcome, Nurse Nat. Feel free to chime in. She said over in Zoom chat that she cannot confirm, but she hears that the Air Force 2 transponder code has been switched. I'm not sure what that means exactly. Perhaps on January 6th, he will be in the air, just an FYI. Who is our flight guru here? I'm not sure who that would be.
The transponder code is basically they could tell what plane is where up in the air.
No, I understand that. For anybody out there, if you didn't hear what Nurse Nat just said, she's correct. The transponder code tells you what plane it is. It's a unique code for each plane. But what did you mean by it has been switched?
Well, I belong to a private press messenger thing. We go back and forth. We share, latest and greatest news. And the way it was specifically worded was Air Force 2 transponder code switched from Air Force 2 to something else. And remember, POTUS did say that he was going to be up in the air because there were a lot of bad people who wish a lot of bad things upon him. And then I'm thinking about January 6th coming up. We're going to have a lot of people in D.C. Do you think I'm just speculating here, perhaps he is going to be up in the air when everything starts happening?
When you say he, you're referring to the president or the vice president?
The president.
Now, that could be one thing. They could be switching to, the transponder code to an unknown code so that people don't know that it's the president's plane. Yes, you could be right about that. That's an interesting kind of, theory.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting too. I mean, that would make perfect sense if it's true. I don't have the exact source. It's just like, word on the block. So.
Well, that is interesting. By the way, Nurse Nat?
Yes.
Thumper has taken the champion belt for open mic from you.
Oh, has he?
Yes.
Oh, okay. This morning. Oh, good. Whew.
So you don't have to wear that big heavy belt anymore.
Oh, good. Thank goodness.
Oh, okay. All right, let's see. That is an interesting tidbit, but that would, kind of make sense if they're going to keep them. Pence is going to be down. Well, I would imagine will be down at the, he has to be, right?
Right.
In Congress. So where's the president going to be? Could he be up on his plane? Could that be a distraction to make people think that he'll be up in a plane? Who knows?
Right.
Anything. Or it could just be wild speculation that somebody would think of to do something like that.
Yep. But that would make perfect sense for cover too. Like, if he did need to be someplace super safe, they just can't be, trying to blow up every plane in the sky, and that would make perfect sense to
Yeah.
Yep.
But it would be awfully hard for them to do that, I think. Not that it couldn't be done, but I think the whole attacking one of those planes would be very difficult unless it was a very, very inside, and that would be, we're talking, that would definitely drive the country into martial law immediately, because that would be like a coup attempt then.
Right. And, we don't know. He might, even go with the Insurrection Act, on that day as well. And we might be hearing something from the emergency broadcast system as well. I'm just thinking, I'm hoping that, this is all going to come to a head on the 6th. I think that's what everybody's sort of hoping. But be careful what you wish for, because, once it starts rolling, that's when people have to make up their minds, what they're going to do and how they're going to handle this whole situation.
Yeah, well, I'm going to kind of take it, all in stride and just enjoy whatever happens.
Right.
And be as constant in my bunker with my gear on and my nuclear biological chemical suit handy and all that stuff. So.
Yeah, we're good here too. I hear you.
I'm kidding.
Oh, I'm not.
I'm coming to your house because I don't have a bunker.
Oh, well, ours is a pseudo bunker, but we have the stuff that matters. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just, I kind of just listen to everything that's going on, and I'm just like, well, you know what? It's all just talk until it happens, and I'll just wait and see. It's fun to talk about, but, we'll see what happens. I just suggest everybody be prepared for anything, because, bottom line is something's going to happen.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So regardless of what it is, you should be prepared and have your own family to be prepared as well, so that you can take care of them in case that, let's just say BLM and Antifa have plans, which I imagine they would.
Oh, of course.
To come out and, just riot like crazy everywhere. You should be prepared for anything. It will be nonsensical to not consider that something could happen, and you might, depending on where you live, might end up in that environment.
Right.
Given everything that's happened over this last year. So, all right. Well, anything else you'd like? You can feel free to stick around.
I'll stick around for a little bit. I do have some running around to do, but I thought I would just pop in. I could probably stay for about an hour.
Oh, well, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to move on to other articles, and if you want to chime in, feel free.
Okay, or if you want me to read, I'll be more than happy to do that for you as well.
And just a little note to Dearman, no, I do not have my NBC here because, yes, it does expire. So you would have to refresh that stuff every once in a while. All right, so we're going to move on to another article here. And again, most of you might have heard this already, but we're going to go ahead and read the article anyway, just in case some of you have not. A hacker claims his team got access to polling systems. Jovan Hutton Pulitzer, an internet guru and inventor, we all saw him in the videos from, what was it, Georgia, where he was talking about everything. So, this is not anything new, but again, we're going to just go ahead and read through this article. That his hacker team got access to polling systems in Georgia through a poll pad. Pulitzer told the senators that his team was able to hack into the voting system and has documented evidence to prove it. He alleged the machines were connected to the internet and two-way communications were occurring in real time during a hearing on election and voter fraud held by the Georgia Senate Judiciary Committee on December 30th. In fact, I heard this, one of the discussions that I did hear was on TJM's show with, I think AOA was on at the time and confirming how this could be done. And it's not that terribly difficult if you understand how to do these things. At this very moment, a polling location in the county, not only do we have access through the devices to the poll pad, the system, but we are in at this very moment. Now, if the guy is as good as they say he is, and everything he says he can do, man, you talk about evidence. They got at this very moment. It's receiving data and sending data. Should never happen. Shouldn't be Wi-Fi, Pulitzer said. Georgia's Secretary of State did not respond to a request for comment, of course not, but released a fact check statement on their official page. Let's take a look at that real quick. Fact check statement from the Georgia Secretary of State. Oh dear, small. How long is this? Well, let's read this verbal diarrhea here just for a second and see what it has to say. Okay. Yesterday during a Georgia State Senate hearing, failed treasure hunter. I don't know why they're saying that, but Pulitzer, or Commander Pulitzer, no record of military experience, claimed that he had, quote unquote, hacked Georgia's voting system. The treasure hunter provided no evidence during the Senate hearing that he had done so, only claiming it had happened. Quote, fake news is hard enough to combat when mainstream media outlets push it, but when a small cadre of Georgia legislators do it, it's a whole different story, said Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. These legislators need to stop calling their own re-elections illegitimate and focus on getting out the vote for the January 5 elections. The mistrust they are sowing is depressing turnout. If Senators Loeffler and Perdue lose on January 5, these Georgia state legislators have only themselves to blame, unquote. In another election disinformation-filled hearing, a small group of Republicans in the Georgia State Senate featured the claims of failed inventor and failed treasure hunter Pulitzer as a star witness in his presentation. Pulitzer, formerly known as Jovan Phillylaw, claimed without providing any evidence that he had hacked, quote unquote, hacked the poll pad. Then he went on to claim that that meant that the entire voting system was compromised, even though the poll pad, like poll books, which they have replaced, are never connected to the rest of the voting system. Pulitzer was an inventor of QCat, a cat-shaped device when connected to a computer allowed users to scan barcodes on ads and bring up the website where they could purchase the advertised product. They attracted $185 million investment before becoming, quote, anathema a tech industry and a cautionary tale for investors, unquote. In 2006, it is listed as one of the, quote unquote, 25 worst tech products of all time by PC World magazine. So you can see they're right off the bat, they're attacking this guy's credibility, of course. Now, I don't know if anybody has looked into this individual and knows anything about him. But would be interesting. If the guy has evidence,
he did say
have we seen it? What's that?
He did say he had the evidence, but they didn't even allow that to be looked at during the hearings. He said he had evidence.
But did they actually tell him they couldn't see it, or what?
I don't know whatever became of that. He was just telling him what he had, and they sort of like, yeah, and just let him say his piece, and then he was off. So I think they more or less just let him, talk, but it didn't sound like they were interested in looking into the matter. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's usually what happens. It's interesting though that they say all this stuff was, this is really a simple thing to produce. A screenshot of the IP addresses and the machines. It will tell you can get all the data you want. Okay. And they just need to show a screenshot of the stuff. And it will prove or disprove whether or not they had connected and was, as far as these machines connecting to the internet, number one. And if this guy has actually hacked into those machines, again, remotely, a screenshot of what you're doing is the easiest way to prove that you have gotten into it. You know, it's a picture of the, you know, an image of it. It's not that difficult to prove if you actually have done that or not. Okay. So all of them saying, you know, all this is what they're basically saying is denying that anything was connected to the, you know, they talk about air gaps here. You know, the poll pads are the only piece of electronic infrastructure that is ever hooked up to the internet or connected to devices that are hooked up to the internet. The poll pads have that capability, so election workers can download updated voter lists to the poll pads. The Wi-Fi capability is disabled before the poll pads are put into use at the polling place. Oh, well, yeah, but anybody with any knowledge can get in there and hack in and
that's right,
re-enable them.
Yep.
And if you have a back door because the programming, you know, is set a certain way, you have an easy access. So, you know, for them to say this, yes, that's technically true if they follow through and everybody does their job. And that's a big if. There's not somebody there who is incompetent and forgets to do it or is actually purposefully turning it back on afterwards, whether it's via hack or whatever, you know. You know, it can be easily bypassed.
Yep, and that's exactly what happened, but they don't want to hear that.
Yeah, so they're basically just here. They're, you know, maybe this guy is a failed inventor. Maybe he is, you know, sketchy in one way or another about, you know, investments into a bad environment. The question is whether that discounts his ability to do what he's doing is another thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's put it this way. They watched it live from the White House. They have it all recorded. They have all the proof they need. And now they're saying, you know, the ballots. Well, why would the Democrats be shredding the ballots? Because we led them to believe that that was important. Why did they blow up the machines? Because we led them to believe that that was important. I don't think we need either at this point, to be perfectly honest with you. We just led them to believe that, yeah, we needed the machines and yeah, that we needed the actual, you know, the printed papers. That's why they're shredding like crazy. But it's done. It's already done.
Control chaos out in D-Live chat. You know, if you're making a comment about what we're talking about directly, so does that mean he committed perjury on video? Because if he's in front of his briefings, are they under oath? If they're not under oath, then no. If they're under oath when they're doing their presentation and he's talking in front of these senators in this hearing, and he lies about, misrepresents himself and lies about what he's done, then yeah, that could be some sort of perjury charge. I'm
pretty sure they're all sworn under oath as far as this is concerned, because this is a big to-do. They were probably all sworn in ahead of time.
Yeah, I don't know. So we'd have to have somebody dig that information up to see if it actually happened or not. And I like this one too. I'm reading farther down in this article here still. Additionally, the touchscreen interfaces and attached printers are never attached to the poll pads and are air gapped, so they cannot be connected to the internet. Nurse Nat, do you understand what an air gap is?
I have absolutely no idea what an air gap is.
Okay, so, and that's okay. Not everybody does, but it's simply that they're supposed to be a certain distance away from other things. Okay, so you don't have any interaction, whether it be through somebody hacking, or you can't be plugged in. You can't transmit. You can't leak information via two different wires, etc. Why I'm focusing on this is because, for instance, in the military world, when you're downrange, you have your secret network and you have your non-classified network. You're not supposed to transfer anything from the secret network, of course, over the non-class, right? And the wires are not supposed to be running next to each other, because that gives you that air gap. So there can't be any, cross contamination of information. Okay. So on a technical level, you can siphon off from another line. Okay. That's all I'll say about it. But
that's really interesting. So here's what I'm getting out of this. What you're trying to explain is, like, say somebody has got their car parked outside your house and supposedly they can't get into your internet. But if there's a will, there's a way.
Well, if they have the right equipment, they most certainly can tap into your internet.
There you go. So somebody could have even been parked out in the parking lot on election day and had a pad.
Well, that might be a bit of a stretch unless they have the other equipment. The pad itself wouldn't probably have that reach unless the Wi-Fi was on and they had signal. That's a big question mark. Without additional equipment, that would be difficult, but could be is possible.
Yeah, that could be another glitch in the system too that we don't know about.
Well, I just read an article. I don't have it handy, but I read an article about a Chinese torpedo drone, a torpedo-style drone, underwater, in other words, drone, and they have been navigating the waters around, around Indonesia and other areas for, in what they surmise that they're doing is that the Chinese are looking for, ways that they can navigate through those waters without being detected. Okay, pass. Okay. So that's one thing, but those drones, underwater drones, also can carry equipment that when they get over a cable, for instance, they can tap those cables. This is stuff that's been out there for a while that countries have been doing, trying to tap the international cables for information. It can be done. That's all I'm going to say again. It can be done. I wish Age of Accountability was here because I'm sure he can jog my memory and I could say more about it and he could add stuff in. But air gapping is a procedure to prevent that flux from the signals and the wires and the information coming from one wire to go over to another wire. But can you tap into that? Absolutely. Can you, if they're too close together, can you read that information? Absolutely. What they're talking about is they're throwing something out there that really doesn't apply in this situation. They're just saying, there are air gaps so they can't be connected. That means there's no connection supposedly right there.
Yeah, they're just throwing stuff at it. I like this last sentence over here, the last paragraph. Georgia is recognized as the national leader in elections. I'm like, oh, brother. Yeah.
And so they're all saying, it's all talking about, air gaps, which, if you have Wi-Fi enabled, then there's no such thing as an air gap at that point. Again, anybody that thinks people cannot get into that stuff is clearly undereducated in terms of technology. So there was no hack, there was no backdoor entry, and there was no pump and dump, which, again, if the analysis has been done already, which we've heard that it has been, there is a hack, which in other words is a software backdoor, then we just have to wait and see the evidence get produced. Is it possible? Absolutely, yes. All right. We're talking about coffee. So I must be boring you all. Why are you talking about coffee? the hell?
Well, I'm enjoying mine.
Listen to me.
Enjoying mine.
You better be listening to me.
I am listening to you.
Not you. Them. Oh, goodness. Okay, we'll go on to our next article here. Where are we time frame?
I don't know. How long are you on till?
I'm on till 2 o'clock Eastern time.
Well, I'm here for about a half hour yet.
And it's what, 12:30? So we're about halfway through the show. Hanging on every word, control chaos. Well, thank you. Even if you're just guessing, thank you. All right. Tell you what, I think my vocal cords need just a slight break here. So, based on that, let me see if I can find a piece of music to play. I don't have much, but I think we'll do this one here. All righty. So we're going to take a short musical break here. Blue Ninja Bird. Blue Ninja Bird. Is everybody excited for the incoming Joe Biden? Wash your mouth out with soap. And don't say anything else until you come back and do that. You've done it.
Dawn is breaking, it is time to arise. For those who can hear me and who've opened their eyes, it is time to rise up, defend our homes and our land. We must protect our freedoms, united we stand. Through the transition to light. Hold your position, transition. Through the transition. I can see it, organic unity. If you need love, just be it. We'll come back, guarantee. be your cover. Through the mud, storm is upon us, but I can see the light. Follow close, don't give up. Need ammunition, hold your position. Through the transition to life, we will face this together. We will rise, take my hand, help one another. Continue pushing, I'll be your cover. Through the mud, storm is upon us, but I can see the light. Follow close, don't give up. Need ammunition, hold your position as you transition to light.
All right, and we're back. Well, let me just say right from the start here, as I fix my screen, for Blue Moon Mom, you can post things like that in the chat, but if you don't have a link, and there would be a link, all you'd have to do is go on Google and search for it. Then post that link in the chat, because until you do, there's no way for any of us to comment on that unless we've actually seen it on a news report or whatever. I seriously doubt that it's true. Specifically, Blue Moon Mom reports or posted breaking news: unmarked vehicles had intercepted a U.S. Marshal convoy carrying VP Pence. And why would the U.S. Marshal's convoy be carrying VP Pence? I don't know. So you think it would be Secret Service. Unknown men with automatic weapons are currently in a running shootout with the Marshals. Report of Army units blocking all roads into and out of D.C. All military leaves canceled. That kind of thing. It's pretty serious if it's true, but the problem is we don't have any clue as to whether it's true. So maybe somebody can search that in the background here and report on the link if there's a link. If you can't find anything, then it's probably not true. And I see Baby Rock is talking to us again.
Yeah, I think she's going to look for that link that you were talking about, because she's covering D Live. I'm watching live chat in YouTube land.
Okay. Check out our next article here. Okay, I don't know if I want to talk about this or not. I mean, it's out there. I'm going to read it. It's about China and honey traps. And
ooh, honey traps.
Yeah, honey traps. Hey, boo-boo, let's go get over that honey trap. Oh, I know the food is good.
Yogi caught his head in the cookie jar.
Yeah. China's honey traps target U.S. politicians, experts say. To my response when I saw this article was, duh. That's been something that has been going on for thousands of years. Popular outrage in response to the recent case of Christine Fang, Bang Fang, a Chinese national who gradually gained political access and power through romantic or sexual relationships with at least two mayors, indicates that many Americans are unaware that this is a common tactic used by the Chinese Communist Party. The term for this is, quote unquote, honey trapping, which may sound like something from a Hollywood spy movie, but is a well-developed espionage strategy used widely by the CCP. Now, yeah, it sounds like something from a Hollywood spy movie, but I can tell you, in fact, it is a well-developed strategy by lots of nations. It's probably, if not all of them, okay?
Oh, yeah, it's probably by our own Secret Service as well. I mean,
no
seriously.
No doubt. It just.
I'll tell you one thing, it takes a special kind of person to do that kind of job because, whoo, I saw who Fing Fang was with and it was like, really? Oh.
You've got to be really committed to your ideology.
Oh, yeah, you must be. Huh.
Honey traps are a serious risk with regard to the loss of sensitive or classified information, and particularly it is used for blackmail. American politicians in different positions of power, including those in the intelligence community, and especially members of Congress, are all prime targets, experts say. The prevalence of such incidents is believed to be unreported due to their sensitive nature. Now, I suppose there are people out there that have not really thought about this or understand it or know about it, so this is good information. But for me, this is not anything new that, in terms of understanding and knowing what's going on in the world with governments and intelligence and so forth. So I kind of laugh at it when I read the way they are saying things, because it's like, you're really, come on. Of course it is. According to Axios, which broke the story on Fang, she was believed to have helped place quote-unquote unwitting subagents in local political and congressional offices. But it was unlikely that she herself received or passed on classified information. Nonetheless, she collected private information about U.S. officials. Fang also targeted Representative Eric Swalwell from Democrat from California, and appeared to have become close with him before federal investigations alerted Swalwell to their concerns in a defensive briefing. So he's an idiot, so it doesn't surprise me. But anyway, the honeypot tactic is the oldest trick in the book. Representative Jim Banks, a Republican from Indiana, told the Epoch Times, quote, Swalwell's gullibility and recklessness should disqualify him not just from a seat on the House Intelligence Committee, but also from being a member of Congress as well, he said. And it's not just happening in the United States. There are purported CCP honey traps in the United Kingdom as well. They talk about this as if this has never occurred before. Like, we've never talked about this in our history about, Russia, about the UK, about Germany, about any country. It amazes me. They're making it sound like this is something new that only the CCP does.
Right, exactly. I mean, anybody who's seen a good James Bond movie or whatever kind of movie knows that this has been going on, like you said, for centuries.
Well, yeah. Forget the movies; it's been in the news. I mean, come on. Not just recently, but in the past as well.
Oh yeah.
Chen Yonglin, a former senior diplomat at the Chinese consulate in Sydney, Australia, who defected in 2005, claimed China was operating a network of over 1,000 Chinese secret agents and informants in Australia. And I would bet you could probably multiply that by a factor of 10. Sex and money are often used as bait, he says. The honey trap is a favorite tactic of Chinese intelligence to try and compromise an official. Chen says that while he was in office, one Australian official on a visit to China was detained by authorities after he was caught having sex with a minor girl. They released the man, keeping evidence of his affair, after he, quote, offered to work for the regime, similar to an agent, Chen says. Honey trapping is just one tool in the broader arsenal used by the CCP to politically influence the United States and gain intelligence, according to Timothy Heath, senior international defense researcher at the RAND Corporation. Quote, we know it is a tactic that is used by Chinese intelligence agencies, Heath told the Epoch Times, to obtain both intelligence and political influence, i.e. blackmail, and access to political intelligence. It could be used for a wide range of purposes. Heath was previously a senior analyst at the China Strategic Focus Group at U.S. Pacific Command. Quote, I've heard American scholars and others who visited China have been approached by attractive young women and solicited. He continued, In most cases I'm aware of, these Americans receive briefings from intelligence warning them about this. Yet they still fall for it. CCP agents, for example, might use a honey trap to seduce a U.S. intelligence official or some other official into providing sensitive information, he said. The CCP agents would then turn around and blackmail the victim to get more. Excuse me. While it is nearly impossible to pinpoint the exact number of honey traps that can be occurring in the United States, an unnamed former defense and intelligence operative told Fox News it could be well into the hundreds, if not thousands. Over a decade ago, Ian Clement, the former deputy mayor of London, warned the public about the tactic after he himself fell victim to it. When Clement traveled to the Beijing Olympics in 2008 as London's deputy mayor, he had been briefed by Britain's intelligence service, but he failed to take heed. Quote, they told me about, failed to take heed of me, and of course, they told me about honey traps and warned me that the Chinese Secret Service often used women to entice men to bed to get information. I didn't think for 1 minute that I would fall for it, Clement told the Mirror. Clement said an attractive Chinese woman he met at a party likely spiked his drink. Yes, of course. It's always something was in my drink. I had too much to drink and I didn't realize it. Well, while I was in Beijing, I was making planning decisions from my BlackBerry. We were talking major decisions, he told the outlet. They wanted to know which businesses I was courting. And in one case in 2011, South Korean authorities revealed more than 10 South Korean diplomats working in China had sexual relations with a Chinese woman called Deng Xinmin, who was able to extract key intelligence information from them. Nicholas F. Timades, a former U.S. senior intelligence official and author of the book, quote, Chinese Intelligence Operations, unquote, told the Epoch Times Beijing is invested significantly in long-term espionage operations to infiltrate U.S. politics. Excuse me. F. Timades said the Christine Fang operation was, quote, beautifully handled, unquote, in a way combining both intelligence gathering and political influence. It is a strategy that, quote, can be really devastating to another country, unquote. Congress members who are entitled to access classified information but are not required to have security clearances. I don't understand this at all. I read this earlier and I was just like, what the bleep is this? How can you have access to classified information? Congress people need to be subject to the same clearance security structures that a private in the military is required to have been particularly vulnerable to covert influence and spying efforts for decades. Former Chinese official who later defected to Canada said the CCP uses a number of tactics to gather intelligence. Man, so far we have found no evidence of the whole Vice President Pence being in a convoy of some sort that was being attacked. So I would say that's probably fake information at this point. Guan Shenghan, who spent 14 years at the head of the Public Security Bureau and another 5 years with the Judicial Bureau in China, said that all over China, quote, there are hotels designated for foreigners to stay, unquote. For these designated hotels, there are certain rooms that have monitoring capability. Imagine that. So when guests who have certain identities check in, they were put in these rooms. Does this surprise anybody? Even if you've never heard of this before, are you surprised that this is what a security service from a foreign country would do? I'm not. Hunter Biden, the son of Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden, said on December 9th that he was being investigated by the U.S. attorney's office in Delaware over his tax affairs. He did not elaborate on the nature of the investigation, but it has been widely reported that some of his Chinese business dealings and other transactions were under scrutiny by the Justice Department. In October, lawyer Rudy Giuliani alleged that there was, quote unquote, sensitive material on a laptop of Hunter Biden's, including pictures of minor girls. Giuliani told Newsmax that he had turned over the laptop to the authorities. Giuliani also said that the CCP had seen the Hunter Biden material, telling Steve Bannon's War Room Pandemic podcast that everything Americans have seen, China has been looking at for a long time. If the Chinese government doesn't have these photographs, they're not really a rival, said Giuliani. And yeah, that's right there. We've seen them, come across them on a laptop that was somehow stupidly left by Biden at a repair shop and failed to pick up. You got to imagine that the Chinese, if not others, have that information already. According to Seamus Brunner, a researcher who focuses on government integrity and who has provided access to emails between associates of the Bidens, Hunter Biden was viewed as, quote, as a pipeline to the administration, unquote, by the associates. The Bidens have denied any wrongdoing. Director of National Intelligence, DNI, John Ratcliffe, wrote in a December 3 op-ed in the Wall Street Journal that this year, quote, China engaged in a massive influence campaign that included targeting several dozen members of Congress and congressional aides, unquote. Quote, I briefed the House and Senate Intelligence Committees that China is targeting members of Congress with 6 times the frequency of Russia and 12 times the frequency of Iran, he wrote, referring to influence operations in general. If I could communicate one thing to the American people from this unique vantage point, excuse me, it is that the People's Republic of China poses the greatest threat to America today, the greatest threat to democracy and freedom worldwide since World War II, Ratcliffe added. If you're in business of any kind, you can be targeted because it's called, it's an influence operation, it's industrial spying, what have you. You may not think that your business has actually got anything to do with anything. It's just small time, whatever. But you might know somebody they want to get introduced to or have access to or influence on. It's not just clearly cut that it's going to be, political, people or military or stuff like that this occurs on. You can be guaranteed that this kind of stuff happens on a daily basis with even ordinary citizens because they have investigated. Thanks. Okay, Nurse Nat, thank you very much. Appreciate it for stopping by. You can pretty much guarantee that this stuff's going on a daily basis around the world by governments like Russia, China, Iran, and so forth. And they're always looking, they've already investigated, they're finding people who have connections to other people, and they're always looking for that connection. This is standard operating procedure. You never know when you're being targeted. But these people, these political people that are going to foreign countries and they get these briefings and they essentially think, well, that's not going to happen to me. These idiots should be out, period. If they've been compromised, there should be a law somewhere that just, first of all, you got to have a security clearance. Second of all, you don't get any special exemptions. You should be held to the same standards. If you violate those laws of how you're supposed to do things when regarding intelligence or, classified material, whatever classification it is, you should be in jail, period. And you certainly should not be allowed to look at classified material just because you're in Congress. That's a bunch of nonsense. I mean, seriously, look at some of the people out there that we talk about on a daily basis. Do you really want these knuckleheads looking at classified information? I wouldn't. It's just incredible. These are some of the molehills that we were talking about with Baby Rock as the show started, just at the end of her show and into ours here. And, these are the molehills that people, it's Congress people, so it's not that big of a deal. They get these briefings anyway, so, yeah, they don't necessarily have to go through this. Baloney. Just flat out baloney. They should have to go through it regardless. Just because you have a title or a job does not mean you are exempt from being an idiot or being manipulated and being blackmailed. And information, it's not like these spies. Not like these spies. Go ahead and speak up there, Baby Rock. Just chime in. Oh, just type me a message then. Yeah. I saw you didn't find any information on the, we mentioned that earlier. So, on the whole VP Pence thing. So I think it's probably just kind of a false info at this point. But, what was I saying now?
Sorry about that, Major.
No, that's okay. I do it to myself even when I'm talking my own.
I was agreeing with you. They call it elitism for a reason. It's BS.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying your show.
It's incredible the things that these politicians think that they're exempt from somehow. All right. Let's see. Going back to the whole issue of voter fraud, I try to keep these in order, but sometimes I get them out of order. We got the second Navarro report updating Michigan data showed an excess of 379,000 votes. Slams media for refusing to investigate. Now, let's see, when was this published? Today. Okay. So let's see here. Peter Navarro is a frequent guest on Bannon's War Room Pandemic podcast. With Steve Bannon, recently Navarro talks about his findings of voter fraud in the 2020 presidential election and released a 37-page report on the show that made news around the country. Navarro updated some of the details about Michigan recently and released the report again with some shocking supporting data on his Twitter timeline that shows bad news for Democrat Joe Biden. Who in the world are you talking about at the age of 97 out there? I've seen that a few times. Oh, Kissinger. Okay. Quote, White House trade advisor Peter Navarro updated his report about alleged, okay, yeah, we already read that. I hate it when they do that. The director of Office and Trade and Manufacturing Policy posted a video on Vimeo on Monday explaining what he found in the Wolverine state using additional data and documents that he argues could flip the election from victory for President-elect Joe Biden to another term for President Trump. Quote, I've concluded that the number of possible illegal votes in the state of Michigan tops 379,000 ballots, more than twice the alleged victory margin of Joe Biden, Navarro said. Biden won the state of Michigan in 16 electoral college votes by roughly 150,000 ballots. Navarro said he had new stat analysis out possibly today will show Trump absentee vote count in Fulton County, Georgia was suppressed. Also, he said there were more votes than voters in Fulton County and in PA. So both in Georgia and Pennsylvania, the War Room viewer posted in reaction to tomorrow's announcement. Then got it. Okay. So it just talks about more about how this study, what it's about. Okay, so the first compares Fulton County's precincts, this is in Georgia, that are adjacent to similar precincts in neighboring counties that had no allegations of fraud to isolate the impact of Fulton County's vote counting process, including potential fraud. In measuring the difference in President Trump's vote share of the absentee ballots for these adjacent precincts, we account for the difference in his vote share of the in-person voting and the difference in registered voters' demographics. The best estimate shows an unusual 7.81% drop in Trump's percentage of absentee ballots for Fulton County alone of 11,350 votes, or over 80% of vote lead in Georgia. The same approach is applied to Allegheny County in Pennsylvania for both absentee and provisional ballots. The estimated number of fraudulent votes from those two sources is about 55,000 votes. Second, vote fraud can increase voter turnout rate. Increased fraud can take many forms. Dead people voting, ineligible people voting, or even payments to legally registered people for their votes. However, the increase might not be as large as the fraud if votes for opposing candidates are either lost, destroyed, or replaced with ballots filled out for the other candidate. The estimates here indicate that there were 70 to 79,000 excess, quote unquote, excess votes in Georgia and Pennsylvania. Adding Arizona, Michigan, Nevada, and Wisconsin, the total increases up to 289,000 excess votes. So I would imagine we're going to start seeing more information on that one as well. Maybe that'll just wait until December 6th, but there's no evidence of vote fraud. Not at all. Not at all. You guys are still talking about Kissinger. Why are we talking about Kissinger? Interesting. So next we're going to go to I'm going to skip that one. All right, now we're going to move on to one of my favorite subjects for the last 2 hours or so here. And that is the subject of Islam. Don't forget, everybody, even with the stuff that's going on in our own country, in China, there are other areas of concern as well that we need to keep an eye on, because they may not affect us right this second, but they most certainly will down the road. Case in point, when we look at the Iranians. This one from jihadwatch.org. Iranian paper, Neo-Ottoman Turkey hopes to divide Iran and annex Azerbaijan to form the Greater Turkestan. The saying, quote, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," unquote, can only go so far. It's only a matter of time before the Shia-Sunni divide reignites and intensifies. And if you don't know, those are the two primary sects of Islam that are constantly at each other's throat in the Middle East. Turkey is Shia. Wait, Turkey is, no. Iran is Sunni. Turkey is Shia. I get them mixed up. Both Iran and Turkey seek regional and global dominion. Iran seeks a revived Persian Empire, and Turkey a revived Ottoman Empire. Meanwhile, as those two countries keep a watchful eye on each other, Saudi Arabia and Turkey compete for regional hegemony and intensify their own rivalry for the position of leader of the Sunni world. So I got it backwards. Turkey is Sunni, Iran is Shia. Yeah. Iranian expert Sadiq Maliki, the old Ottoman. That's just a title. Okay. On December 15, 2020, the Iranian reformist newspaper Shargh published an interview titled "In Turkey's Strategy, Iran is the Most Important Rival" with Sadiq Maliki, an Iranian expert on Turkish affairs. In the interview, Maliki stated that Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan wishes to divide Iran and annex Azerbaijan into Turkey in order to form the Greater Turkestan. What? Am I muted? What? I'm not muted. Okay. Maliki has also stated that Erdogan is trying to, quote, establish neo-Ottomanism, which differentiates itself from Ottomanism in its geopolitical perception. According to Maliki, the old Ottomanism was looking to expand the gates of Vienna and to the west, whereas Erdogan's neo-Ottomanism has its view towards the east. Maliki further explained that Iran is opposing Turkey's expansionism eastward, and this is why Iran is Turkey's main rival. According to Maliki, Turkey cannot revive the Ottoman Empire, quote, but it has the power to create havoc. Perhaps Turkey cannot establish neo-Ottomanism in the mold of the Ottoman Empire, but it can have a very disruptive role in the Middle East, and we have seen Erdogan play this role. Some people do not believe that Turkey can achieve these goals, but we are witnesses to the fact that he has ascertained some of his aims in the area, Maliki wrote. It is worth noting that on December 10, 2020, Erdogan went to Baku to preside over a military parade organized to celebrate Azerbaijan's victory over Armenia in Nagorno-Karabakh. On that occasion, addressing the victory parade, Erdogan, okay. On that occasion, addressing the victory parade, Erdogan recited a poem that Iran regarded as support for the succession of parts of Iran populated by ethnic Azeris. They, quote, they separated the Aras River and filled it with rocks and rods. I will not be separated from you. They have separated us forcibly, the poem reads. Erdogan's recitation of the poem angered Tehran and received strong condemnation from the Iranian government and media. And lately, tension in Iran's relations with Turkey was given public expression in the Iranian media. The Iranian regime is alarmed by the expansionist ambitions of Erdogan's Sunni Islamist government, which come at the expense of Shiite Islamist Iran and its resistance axis. So this is an interview, I guess, yes, that this guy did, Maliki. And it's about the AKP's unofficial policy to divide Iran and annex Azerbaijan to Turkey in order to form the Greater Turkestan. Why is this important? Because any blow-up between these two rivals will ignite the entire Middle East, more than likely. It's just another one of those issues. So it's kind of important to stay on top of this. And Turkey is also one of those that is diverging from NATO and American objectives, I think, in the long run. Oh boy. Okay, ZES. Quote, this week, Iran's anxiety reached new heights. As reflected in social and Iranian media, due to the separatist behavior of Erdogan, the cause of his heightened anxiety was the recitation in Baku by Erdogan, the president of Turkey, about the forever Iranian river Aras. This matter is similar to opening up Pandora's box that contains the various ethnic and racial tensions of the region. And there you have it right there. While there are many great challenges in the conflict-ridden area of the Middle East, there continues to be an international conflict with the United States, like I just kind of stated. All these issues can increase anxiety. In an interview with Sadiq Maleki, a senior political analyst who has devoted many years to analyzing Turkish issues, we started with Erdogan's motivation and proceeded to the many anxiety-producing challenges for Iran. And that interview here is below. So, starting out with Maliki, the policy toward the East and strengthening of pan-Turkism has never been the sole policy of Erdogan or his Justice and Development Party, AKP. All Turkish political parties, except for the Kurdish parties, are founded on Turkish nationalism and have some relations to pan-Turkism and are somewhat supportive of this policy. These political parties include current and defunct parties such as the Republican People's Party, National Movement Party, and even the late former Turkish Prime Minister Bülent Ecevit, I can't remember how to pronounce that one, People's Democratic Party, in another one's Erbakan's Welfare Party. Yeah, dear man, that's an important point. Turkey can dry up the Euphrates anytime by closing the Ataturk Dam. That would definitely be a problem. The current pan-Turkism view, with the exception of the approach to the Kurds, has shown the unofficial coalition of the AKP and the Nationalist Movement Party. In the past, these parties had in today's AKP has, maybe not in their official, but in their unofficial policy, wished to divide Iran and to annex Azerbaijan to Turkey in order to form the Greater Turkestan. At the start of the 12th century, the Young Turks had also moved in this direction, but were mightily defeated. So why are Erdogan's inner wishes more evident today? The reason is today's Erdogan is very different from yesterday's Erdogan. Yesterday's was weak and had no control of the armed forces or the judiciary, and he had a relatively weak economy. Today, with the changes in the parliamentary system relating to the power of the president, Erdogan has practically gained absolute power over Turkey. Even though today Turkey is in an economic crisis and the Turkish lira has lost its value, the economy is stronger and larger than it was in the beginning of the 2000s. The economic, military, and political powers have allowed Erdogan to undertake these initiatives to pursue Turkey's interests not just from one, but from many fronts. At this time, Erdogan has acted in a wide geographic region stretching from eastern Mediterranean, Libya, Syria, and Iraq, and even a dispute with Greece. At times, he challenges Europe and the United States. And this Erdogan follows a policy of creating a neo-Ottomanism. Okay, but this neo-Ottomanism is different from the former Ottomanism. The old Ottomanism was looking to expand the gates of Vienna. This is moving towards the east. So anyway, that's kind of what it started out with. But Turkey has been becoming more and more problematic for U.S. and our interests and our policy in the Middle East for the last 10 to 20 years now. And I think it's only going to increase. Their interest is, again, when they look at their own country, is more in line with the Middle East, with Sunni and that's going to be a loggerhead with Iran. So, yeah, this could potentially be a huge problem. It will definitely be a slow-moving problem for quite a while if it doesn't explode suddenly. That's why I wanted to read this. It's a little bit convoluted in terms of if you're not following along with this already. But basically, Turkey's looking to expand to the east and expand their world to be like the old Ottoman Empire. And Iran, of course, is not going to like that at all and is going to want to fight back. So you got the split between the Sunni Shia worlds there, which is most of the Middle East, and everybody's going to come to everybody else's aid if that escalates. So you potentially have a large problem there, as large as any other in the Middle East. This was an interesting, given the time of the year, at first I didn't really want to talk about this article because of the racial issues, I guess, or in the historical changes that some groups want to make to things, whether it's this topic or not. But here we go. Let's see what happens. BBC, seeing Jesus as a darker-skinned Palestinian is both historically accurate and theologically important. Except that Palestinians weren't around during the time of Jesus. There was a general area called Palestine, but there were no Palestinians. So while I'm reading through this, it gets, again, it's a little bit convoluted, but they do throw that out there from time to time to point out where people are going off the historical accuracy. So if you keep that in mind while I'm reading this, it'll probably make it a little bit easier to follow. Presenting Jesus as a Palestinian has become a political weapon. And that's a key line right there, too. It's all about politics here. This is why it is actually important that Jesus be presented as a Palestinian, particularly a Black Palestinian. In this presentation, both Black Lives Matter and the Palestinian Jihad are promoted as woke and therefore for good. And remember, we've talked in the past about there being a connection between these groups. Muslim Brotherhood, Palestine, and etc. And we have verification that there's no information out on Code Monkey's site talking about the BP Pence convoy being attacked kind of thing. So I think we can put that on the shelf as being fake news. Thanks to Baby Rock for investigating that for us. Okay, so Beckford says this is particularly important in this year of protest and change. Philistine versus Palestine, yeah. Anyway, the Palestinian resistance, presented to the world as peaceful, but which it is not, should be recognized for what it is, an active jihadist war against Israel to obliterate it from, quote, from river to the sea, unquote. There is no reason whatsoever that it should be associated with Jesus. Jesus was of Middle Eastern Jewish heritage. He was from the house of David and arrived in Bethlehem long before the 1995 Oslo Accords, when Bethlehem was assigned to the Palestinian Authority. This should be obvious. The Palestinians are historically Ottoman South Syrians with no historical claim to the Holy Land. In exploring some of the roots of how and where it became popularized to claim Jesus as a Palestinian, the Israeli monitoring agency Palestinian Media Watch, PMW, focused on a Palestinian Authority TV interview in 2010 in which author Sami Gan Ganedre from Nazareth was asked about his new book, Christianity and Its Connection to Islam. I think I'm going to have to actually go out and read that because that ought to be interesting. Based on previous discussions that I've talked about in the missing history of Islam in the world record books in the area, in the region, Ganadeh states that he personally heard Yasser Arafat several times affirm that, and we all know that if Yasser Arafat says it, it's the gospel truth, right? Affirm that Jesus was the first Palestinian martyr. Wow. Whereupon the host replies, quote, Jesus was a Palestinian? No one denies that. PMW cited the regularity of this declaration by prominent Palestinians, including the governor of Ramallah, Lila Ghanem. We all have the right to be proud that Jesus is a Palestinian. Senior PA leader Jibril Rajoub, the greatest Palestinian in history since Jesus is Yasser Arafat. Wow, okay. And the editorial in the PA Official Daily, Al-Hayat Al-Jadida, referred to the Holy Trinity as being Arafat, Abbas, and Jesus. Oh my. Wow. Abbas did his PhD in Holocaust denial, and Rahman Abdul Rauf Al-Qadwa Husseini, aka Yasser Arafat, learned under the tutelage of his revered uncle, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini, who worked with Hitler and Adolf Eichmann to slaughter 6 million Jews. This guy's got great credentials. Palestinian propaganda has become rooted in modern-day church via many outreach programs, which has unfortunately led to a new anti-Semitism. Tailored especially for evangelicals. Bible researcher and author Jim Fletcher wrote, even Lifeway bookstores, the chain owned and operated by the Southern Baptist Convention, stock Sunday school maps depicting, quote, Palestine in the time of Jesus, unquote. Never mind that neither Jesus nor the apostles knew anything of, quote unquote, Palestine. But the regional name has compelled too many evangelicals like Philip Yancey to label Jesus a quote unquote Palestinian rabbi or the quote unquote Palestinian Jesus. This false historical label was popularized by none other than Yasser Arafat, yet evangelical leaders are good with it. Imagine that. Ed Stetzer, president of research at Lifeway, the resource arm of Southern Baptist Convention, referred to Jesus as quote-unquote Palestinian Jew in his article published in Christianity Today, entitled Monday is for Missiology, Some Thoughts on Contextualization. Robert Earl Smith, program director for the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, Middle East, and North Africa, and co-moderator of the Palestinian-Israeli Ecumenical Forum of the World Council of Churches, blames the Israeli quote-unquote occupation on the dwindling number of Christians in the Bethlehem regions. Smith's agenda is anti-Zionism, and thus he helps to advance false narratives about Israel and about Palestinians, which some evangelical leaders have fallen into in sync with the late Arafat and the PLO. Jesus is presented not only as a Palestinian, but an oppressed Palestinian. Do you guys out there think that Jesus was an oppressed individual? I don't think so. An obscene Easter message presented by Bethlehem Anglican Canon Reverend Naam Atik, president of the Sabeel Ecumenical Liberation Theology Center, Atik stated, in this season of Lent, it seems to many of us that Jesus is on the cross again with thousands of crucified Palestinians around him. Wow. It only takes people of insight to see the hundreds of thousands of crosses throughout the land. What a picture that this individual is painting. Palestinian men, women, and children being crucified. Palestine has become one huge Golgotha. The Israeli government crucifixion system is operating daily. Palestine has become the place of the skull. Wow. It makes me want to puke right now. BBC WS Radio promotes that claim that Jesus was quote-unquote Palestinian by Hadar Sela, Camera UK, December 23rd, 2020. Title, Black Jesus. The identity and color of Jesus and why it matters has taken on new significance in this year of protests and change. Seeing Jesus as, you know what, can we protest these people for cultural appropriation? I don't know. Just saying. Seeing Jesus as a darker, and I'm not talking about our culture, I'm talking about Jesus' culture. They're, whatever. Seeing Jesus as a darker-skinned Palestinian rather than a blonde European is both historically accurate and theologically important, but it's not a new idea. First of all, I could get the whole Jesus as a darker-skinned Arab who's Jewish, but rather than a blonde European, because I always thought that was kind of just nonsense. But the rest of it, as a Palestinian, no. And the notion of Jesus as a Palestinian is repeated during the program itself by presenter Robert Beckford. Despite the fact it's more realistic as a first-century Palestinian Jew than that Jesus was dark-skinned, somehow the white Jesus has become the most popular and accepted image. The color of Jesus matters, both literally and symbolically. A first-century Palestinian Jew had color. Beckford, of course, by no means the first to promote this notion of Jesus as a Palestinian, be that for political ends or as a result of lack of knowledge. As Camera observed in 2008 when the New York Times claimed that Jesus spoke in Palestine, Bernard Lewis has noted that the word Palestine was sometimes used by Greek and Latin authors prior to 135 Common Era, though that appears to have normally been used as an adjective in opposition to Syria. Palestine, Syria, or Syria, Palestina, and in reference to the coastal area formerly inhabited by the Philistines, but not, quote unquote, Judea, a region that, quote, in Roman times was still officially and commonly known by that name, unquote, as Lewis explained, or the region around Nazareth. This can be found in the Palestine on History and Geography of a Name, International History Review, January 1st, 1980. Earlier this year, the same paper referred to first century Palestine. Cameron noted that, quote, during the time of Jesus, Bethlehem and Jerusalem were in what was commonly called Judea, and Nazareth was in what was commonly called Galilee. The land where Jesus lived did not take on the name Palestine until the 2nd century, well after his death. Thus, the notion of, quote, first century Palestine, quote, is totally fictional. In 132 Common Era, or AD, approximately 100 years after the crucifixion of Jesus, the Jews fought against Roman rule for a second time in what is known as the Bar Kokhba revolt. Anyway, after the Romans defeated the rebellious Jews in 135, they renamed the land of the Jews Palestinia to punish the Jews and to make an example of them to other peoples considering rebellion. The Romans took away the Jewish name Judea and replaced it with the name of an ancient enemy the Jews despised. The Philistines were an extinct Aegean people whom the Jews had historically loathed as uncultured and barbaric. One must assume that it is not a lack of knowledge what prompted, quote, one of the UK's prominent black theologians, unquote, as Beckford is described in the program synopsis, to repeatedly promote the anachronistic notion and our post-chronos and Christic. Never mind, whatever. That Jesus was, quote, a first century Palestinian Jew. In fact, Beckford's political theological agenda is abundantly clear throughout the program, which begins by describing Jesus as, quote, a leading figure in the fight against racism and discrimination. Is that what Jesus was all about, y'all? Racism and discrimination? Was that what it was all about? Who thinks it was about racism and discrimination? Put a 1 if you think it's racism and discrimination. Apparently, y'all are not going to play along. Oh, yeah, that's right. He was a socialist, too. Don't forget that. In reality, Jesus was a refugee whose family had to flee North Africa due to persecution. He was one of the oppressed by the coloners of his day. That's what they would say. And they're wrong. But that's my opinion. So, I did sneak a history lesson in there, whether you were paying attention to it or not. This points out the reasons why, don't just accept what people are writing in books or on the internet or otherwise, because if you don't understand the actual history behind it and you haven't thought through the history to know that it's true, what's written, you're going to get yourself confused and putting out information that's just not true. Mrs. Major just got home.
It's fine.
I just stopped talking. How are you? Hair looks nice. Wonderful. All right. She was out at a hair appointment. I bet she didn't wear a mask. All right. Yeah, that is true. They're true hillbilly. Now, here's another interesting one on the whole. What time we got here? We got about a half an hour left. Wow. So I'm going to continue on with our jihad watch. Put down that popcorn and back away from the theater. Wonder Woman 1984 contains Islamophobia. From PJ Media, reported here on Jihad Watch. If you were planning to try to get away from the menace for a couple of hours with an escapist film, cross Wonder Woman 1984 off your list. It is no longer acceptable to the woke. According to a young gentleman named Farid ul-Haq, who has, we're told, a double master's in psychology and biotechnology, as well as a master's in philosophy of molecular genetics. What? Master's of philosophy? War child? That's probably the only reason you should wear a mask if you've got a charcoal mask to filter out the scent. Because War Child posted in D-Live chat that I take a dump with masks on. I would probably say that you might need a charcoal mask in that case. Anyway, is the author of numerous books, Wonder Woman 1984, quote unquote, features Islamophobia. If you didn't notice, don't be concerned. No one else did either, other than Farid himself. But you better notice now or else. That is because even though Farid himself confesses that he, quote, didn't pick up on the blatant, how do you not pick up on blatant if it's blatant? Pausing for dramatic effect. Blatant Islamophobia during my initial viewing. If it's so blatant, how could you not pick it up? He is now so sure it exists that he declares, quote, at this point, if you're out there supporting Wonder Woman 1984 while ignoring or excusing certain narrative issues, I don't know what to say to you. The tribulations of the righteous. Oddly enough, Farouk's article on this in the Geekery features this prominently. Quote, this piece contains minor spoilers for Wonder Woman 1984. Consider yourself warned. But how could this pious gang of geeks have ever thought that anyone would want to see this vicious hate screen masquerading as a major motion picture after reading Inquisitor Farid's heresy warning? It's a good question. Good question. Islamophobia that eagle-eyed Farid, which was blatant, but he didn't notice it at first. The eagle-eyed Farid finally found, after several viewings of Wonder Woman 1984, apparently first appears in, quote, unquote, an action sequence, during which, quote, Maxwell Lord goes to meet Emir Said bin Abydos and take over his oil empire. The Muslim characters wish to construct a wall and regain control of his ancestral land, unquote. Yes, you see, this is quote-unquote Islamophobic because, as everyone knows, only evil people ever want to build walls. But it wasn't just that. Also, quote, during the final moments, the movie also had a character in a mujahideen-looking garb wishing for nuclear weapons. Yet, quote, this movie didn't have a single Muslim character playing the role of a good guy, which Farid says, quote-unquote, felt weird. Since the first Wonder Woman had a Muslim character be one of Diana's friends. Have we actually gotten... wow. I don't know what to say. This is laughable, really. That one, it was so blatant he couldn't find it on the first several viewings. And two, because the guy that was in the first one wasn't there as her friend still, maybe he was off doing other things. This is as funny as everything I've ever read, really. It just shows that and this applies to, our Democratic friends, some of our rhinos, whatever, everywhere. People just straining to find a way to cancel things and establish themselves as the righteous word for whatever issue that they're arguing on. So, all right. Now, here's another good article. This I thought this was just right off the bat. Palestinian military expert claims that rabbis teach kids to kill everyone who is not Jewish. In all the years that I have studied or learned or been involved with the issue of Islam and how people grow up in that society, and also knowing about Jewish society and Jewish history, I have never found, and there might be something out there from certain select groups, but I have never found anything that would lead me to believe that Jewish people, rabbis specifically, teach their congregations to kill anyone who is not Jewish. Now, you know, there are some Jewish rabbis out there that have their issues. Not saying they're perfect, they're not. But I've never found that to be the case. However, if you go over to the other side, the Islam schools in many countries essentially teach this very thing. The propaganda lies being told by this Palestinian quote-unquote military expert are consistent with the Palestinian modus operandi. Palestinian leaders routinely indoctrinate their populations to hate Jews and Israel and to oppose them by whatever means possible. Their seething and murderous hatred against Israelis is a norm in Palestinian society. Now, in classic example of projection, and that's what this really is. It's a big case of projection. They are claiming that rabbis possess the same hatred that they have against disbelievers. To further distance peace with Israel, the PA continually demonizes Israel and Jews, convincing the Palestinian population that they deserve to be hated. One example of the libelous messages fed to Palestinians was delivered by a Palestinian quote-unquote military expert who taught TV viewers that Israeli Jewish children are educated by rabbis to, quote, kill everyone who is not Jewish, unquote. Official PATV, Palestinian Authority, military expert Wasef Erekat, I don't know. Quote, the Israelis train their children to carry weapons. Our children don't carry weapons. They train them with weapons and train them based on the principle, quote, kill everyone who is not Jewish, unquote. The rabbis implant this indoctrination in the children of Israel, quote, kill everyone who is not Jewish. This statement echoes the message taught by Hamas and exposed recently by Palestinian Media Watch. So that just struck me as laughable. It's propaganda, it's projection. And that's what the Palestinians have been doing for many, many years. Again, the Jewish people are not necessarily all perfect or anything like that. It's not the point. But this article just shows you that, yeah, it's disgusting. Again, this is going to be one of those issues here with this about normalization. That's going to be a little convoluted in a way. But the International Union of Muslim Scholars, its position reflects the normative Islamic views of Jews and of Israel. The head of the IUMS, Ahmad al-Rezuni, is a Moroccan jurist. He said that IUMS is, quote, committed to nullify and refute all the efforts of pro-normalization parties and sheikhs affiliated with them who attempt to distort facts and mislead the public in order to justify the crime of normalization in the name of Islam. Normative Islam does not permit normalization with Israel. This is precisely the reason for the tug of war among Islamic states and between Islamic clerics. The issue is a heated one that strikes at the core of Islamic doctrine as elaborated in the Quran and the Hadith. Dr. Tawfiq Hamid, who was raised a Muslim and became a member of the jihadist organization Jamaat Islamiyah in Egypt, but then abandoned the life of jihad in pursuit of modernization of Islam, attests to this truth. The entire issue with the West and Israel and the Muslim world is one of supremacy. If you dig deeply into reality, China, for example, treats its Muslim minority much worse than in other parts of the world. In the West, Muslims have rights, and in Israel, they have full rights as Israeli citizens, even rights through Sharia courts. Muslims also have mosques in Israel and can freely worship. So logically, Islamists should go and attack China, not Israel and the West. But for them, the concept of superiority makes them go after America, because Muslims want to be number one like America. Throughout history, the religion was based on supremacy. And in the case of Israel, it hits Islamists at the core when a small country like Israel defeats them. Even with all the money they have, with all the oil they have, and with some 200 million Muslims, they still can't get rid of Israel. For them, it is an issue of challenging their supremacy, and their feeling of supremacy is vital to their religion. Let me give you one example of a scholar I challenged in front of an audience who was described as a moderate, there you go, moderate imam in Dearborn, Michigan. So-called moderate Islam, right? Moderate Muslims, right? I asked him if he would mind inviting me and some Jewish friends to his mosque at a Friday prayer, and whether he will say out loud in front of the audience that Jews are not pigs and monkeys, but he did not say one word. This man was pretending to be a moderate, but he will not answer me in public. I challenge those leaders to put words on their websites and say publicly that they do not approve of calling Jews apes and pigs if they are moderates, since a real moderate will say it publicly, an Islamist will not. Going back to Muslim supremacy, for Muslims, the ability to show power gives them the psychological satisfaction that the religion is correct and is coming from God. When Muslims start to question the reality of their religion and whether it's truly from God or not, this creates psychological frustration. It is a deep psychological phenomenon, and it is all about supremacy. And, you know, it is and it isn't. Islam views Jews, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, in Israel as enemies. Given today's economic challenges faced by Muslim states, from oil prices to wars, it is expedient to form alliances with infidel countries. Yes, Chris Cross, absolutely correct. And also, who was it? War Child, you are correct. There is no such thing as a moderate. You can argue that all day long if you think it is true that there are moderates, and you will not convince me from what I have seen and learned, etc. Okay, whether the basis for normalizing relations with Israel is purely for convenience or a move towards modernization, the former is more likely. It bodes well for Israel and Western interests. But there remain those who adamantly refuse to normalize relations with Israel despite tangible benefits. And their refusal is indeed, quote unquote, in the name of Islam. Many will continue to hide the real motivation behind the Palestinian issue. Remember, you know, of course, you know, they're going to hide it. They're going to lie to you what their real motivation is. We've talked about that before. It is part of the Quran. It is part of their culture. It is part of their families. It's allowed, you know. So the real motivation in a Palestinian issue in a world which is becoming increasingly skeptical about Islam. However, those who exploit the Palestinian cause as a reason for anti-normalization know full well that the entire Palestinian resistance has always been about a one-state solution. Even Rashida Tlaib recognizes it, and the total destruction of Israel in keeping with Islamic doctrine. The head of the International Union of Muslim Scholars has reiterated that Muslim scholars, in general, stand with Palestinian rights and the necessity of supporting the Palestinian people by all possible means. Quote, the issue of Jerusalem should be at the forefront of their permanent concerns, unquote, said Ahmad al-Resuni. Speaking to the Quds Press, al-Resuni pointed out that the IUMS is the largest organization of Muslim scholars. Quote, it is committed to nullify and refute all the efforts of pro-normalization parties and sheikhs affiliated with them who attempt to distort facts and mislead the public in order to justify the crime of normalization in the name of Islam, unquote. Interesting article, some interesting little points there. I like the whole thing about the psychological frustration that they experience. That was interesting. From a Muslim, about the Muslims saying they are experiencing a psychological disturbance if they don't get their way. The fact that moderate imam in Dearborn, Michigan, one of the largest communities, if not the largest still in the United States, would not, supposedly moderate, would not, state that Jews are not pigs and monkeys. For those claiming to be moderates, that's the one thing they will do. Okay. But again, I don't believe there's any such thing as a moderate Muslim or Islamist or moderate Islam. So that's, two things right there. Psychological problems, a moderate imam refusal to make a simple statement because they don't really agree with it and they don't want to say it. It's not their truth. And, the other thing too is China. Interesting that China, is probably the worst abuser of Muslims in the world, regardless of what you think about them or otherwise. Yet there's no outrage from the Muslim world. And it all surrounds, it's all different. I worked for wall side windows and we used to have to install down there and it sucked. Oh, Gummo, you're a Michigan guy or gal? I don't know. Whereabouts? Maybe you told me before. I'm very familiar with Dearborn, of course, but Sunny Days is out in the chat. She's getting ready for her show coming up in 8 minutes. She's on Zoom. What you got to say, Sunny?
I'm here.
You know that. I just announced it.
I'm back.
You're back. I missed this one earlier. Let me just go over this real quick article here.
I see you went on some really lighthearted topics today.
Oh, yeah. We didn't have a bombing to cover, so.
Oh, you go right ahead, Major. I'm in no hurry.
All righty. This will only take a couple minutes anyway.
Okay. Sounds good.
Propose House rules to seek to erase, and proposed by who? Nancy Pelosi.
I'm glad you touched on this. Yeah, this is going around today.
Oh, is it? No, good. Yeah. To erase gender terms such as father, mother, son, daughter. Leaders in the House of Representatives announced on Friday a rules package for the 117th Congress that includes a proposal to use quote-unquote gender-inclusive language and eliminate gender terms such as father, mother, son, daughter, and more. Now, if it's gender-inclusive, wouldn't that mean that you would include those names with whatever other names people want to be called by? And
what if I don't want to be called by her or that or they or whatever? Maybe exactly. I want to be called daughter.
Right. So that should be inclusive, right?
Right.
But obviously that's not what they're looking at it. Inclusive means as long as it is one of the words that I want to use. Mm-hmm. Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and I'm not sure she can speak all that well anymore, and Rules Committee Chairman James McGovern, Dean, Massachusetts, announced on Friday that the rules package includes changes that would, quote, honor all gender identities. Wait a minute. If you're going to honor all gender identities, shouldn't you include those other ones? By changing pronouns and familial relationships in the House rules to be gender neutral. it's so ass backwards. I don't know how else to put it. A separate announcement from McGovern said that the Democratic rules package will make, quote, changes to pronouns and familial relationships in the House rules to be gender neutral or removes references to gender as appropriate. So it's not gender inclusive, it's gender neutral. To ensure we're inclusive of all members, delegate, resident commissioners, and their families, including those who are non-binary. Why did they, from being a tech guy, why did they have to go and screw with the binary world? I mean,
they have a reason. That's all I know.
Yeah, but why do they have to mess with the binary? It's simple instruction code. It's the base language for computers. Why do they have to use that as their nomenclature?
Because they got to mess with our minds, Major.
I guess. They can mess with mine, but what they're going to find out is going to make them sick. So let them go at it. Look at all this. These are all the terms that are going to be struck from the clause 8, subsection C, subsection 3 of Rule 23, XX3. Isn't that 10? Yeah, 23. The House's code of official conduct as outlined in proposed rules include father, mother, son, daughter, brother, sister, uncle, aunt, first cousin, nephew, niece, husband, wife, father-in-law, mother-in-law, son-in-law, daughter-in-law, brother-in-law, sister-in-law, stepfather, stepmother, stepson, stepdaughter, stepbrother, stepsister, half-brother, half-sister, grandson, and what about the inbreds from Kentucky and Indiana and Illinois and everywhere else?
Interesting point.
That's a joke. I just being silly. Everybody's got those jokes about every other state, so. We talk about Wisconsin that way sometime too.
Wisconsin.
According to proposed rules. Now this one I don't know that I disagree with because of the word. It's just always engenders a laugh from me. Seamen would be replaced with seafarers. And okay, so anyway, yeah, I'll get that. I'm not going to dwell on it. And chairman would be replaced with chair. Pelosi and McGovern said the overall packaging, quote, includes sweeping ethics reforms. They wouldn't know what ethics were. They were charged and jailed on basis of ethic violations. Increases accountability for the American people, but not for them. That makes the House of Representatives the most inclusive in history. This rules package includes removing floor privileges for former Congress members who have been convicted of crimes related to their House service or election. It would also make a, quote, a violation of the code of official conduct for a member, officer, or employee of the House to disclose the identity of a whistleblower. Why isn't that already? I thought that was a rule with whistleblowers. You can't disclose they're protected. And that's not a rule for the House. They don't, of course, we know they don't have to, they don't have to, I don't know. They don't have to follow the normal rules. It's ridiculous that they have to put a rule in like that. It also establishes a new select committee on economic disparity and fairness and growth to, quote, investigate, study, make findings, and develop recommendations on policy, strategy, innovations, and to empower American economic growth while ensuring that no one is left out or behind in the 21st century economy. Except that's really what that says is make us more money while we spend more money and give more money to China. The rules package will be introduced and voted on once the new Congress convenes. Well, I tell you, if you don't have a reason to call your legislative representative in the House before this, come on, They keep adding new reasons every moment. We're down to 1 minute. Sunny has got 1 minute to get in here and get her act together.
Ain't gonna happen. I'll have to go on with the show anyway.
All right. Well, we'll take it any way we can get it, right?
Yep.
Yep. Because you have no choice.
Yes, exactly.
So how are you doing today?
I'm doing okay. I just was having laptop issues. So I was trying to get everything on my desktop, and I'm just so used to my laptop. So I just feel a little discombobulated, but I'm okay.
Discombobulated. That's a great word there.
It's kind of becoming this trend with me. I feel like, when am I not?
Unless your name is Bob, then it's kind of confusing.
Nice one.
Bob. Okay.
Got it.
Hey, you get what you pay for, rather. Okay. So if you're not paying, shut up. I know that won't work, but hey, whatever. Hey, everybody, it's been fun. I hope you learned something today. If you haven't fallen asleep, or if you have fallen asleep, let me drop the share now. If you have fallen asleep, it's time to wake up, because Sunny Days Ahead is here to shine the light on you.
Interesting. Thanks for that lead up.
You're welcome.
All right, Major. Well, I hope you get a good nappy in this afternoon.
Oh, I'm going to try.
Rest up and join us tonight.
I will try.
All right.
It's on my calendar now.
Savvy Truth is on with us tonight. She's a spitfire.
Yes, I know. I got to be there, at least just to watch, if nothing else. Yeah. Hey, have a great show, and I will hope to see you later.
Okay, thanks so much.
Take care, everybody. Bye now.
Hey, live chat. How are ya? It's Sunny Days. I'm going to grab the share. I'm going to start out with a song. Let's see. Let's make sure I grab the right screen, being on a different computer and all. Woohoo! Okay. It didn't grab the right screen. I'll try it again. All right. Now, nope. Didn't grab the right screen. Okay, this is weird. All right, I see what's going on. So, okay, no, I don't, because it's still not grabbing the right screen. Okay, that's awkward. Let me drop this. And I see that it's showing Major's picture, I think. Or maybe not. All right, let's try this again. I wonder why it keeps grabbing the wrong screen. It's got to be operator issues. That's what it is. All right, I got it. Yay! I got it now. Although now it grabbed my whole screen and not around. Okay, whatever. We'll just roll with it. It's that kind of a day. Let's play the top of the hour. and a shout out to Coach Clay who did that. I don't know if I-70 had a hand in it too, but I know Coach Clay did. And let's see, what next? I'm going to go with this. Actually, I'm going to drop the share and try to grab my screen again the way I want it to grab it. If I can get it to. All right, let me try this one more time. Okay, nope, it's going to grab the whole screen for some reason. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Let us pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
I don't know why that other part popped up, but okay. Again, it's been that kind of a day. I think, let's see, I'm going to get into one more song and then I'll start with the news. I'll get on to the news after this.
So much promise awaits, and we each play a part. So many trying to take our country down, but we always win. They fall to the ground. Well, they pull to the left, they pull to the right, but on the republic we rest. The enemy has spun such a web, trapped themselves in the end. Once upon a time, felt that we were doomed. Now the great awakening has begun. So shout it out loud, shout it from the roofs, 'cause the best is yet to come. Patriots are standing up, we see them all every day. We have a POTUS, we believe, for him we pray. When the swamp is cleaned out, much sure it remains. The fight to keep our heritage, the freedoms that we claim. The days of our uncertainty finally come to end. And now for our future we defend. Once upon a time, we felt that we were doomed. Now the great awakening has begun. So shout it out loud, shout it from the roofs, 'cause the best is yet to come. shadow of death, I will fear no evil. No, for you are with me.
Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me.
Once upon a time, felt that we were doomed. Now the great awakening has begun. So shout it out loud, shout it from the roofs, 'cause the best is yet to come. Once upon a time, felt that we were doomed, and the great awakening has begun. So shout it out loud, shout it from the roofs, 'cause the best is yet to come. Once upon a time, felt that we were doomed, and the great awakening has begun. So shout it out loud, shout it from the roofs, 'cause the best is yet to come. Once upon a time.
Oh, I'm so grateful for these songs we get to play. They just give me so much hope, and just to see all those patriots banded together. It's awesome. All right, so I'm going to read this article I found. It was in the College Fix, and it is, here are 7 words and phrases the campus PC police tried to banish in 220. Kind of goes along with what Major was touching on a little bit of how they're changing words or outlawing words. Seems like year after year, the number of words we Americans are allowed to say continues to shrink. Okay, oops, I see that somebody wants the link for Sacred Ground. I'll drop that quick. Here you go. It's Sacred Ground by, I believe it's Liquid Rocks, yes. All right, back to that article. That trend is particularly evident on college campuses where almost once a month there's a newly deemed offensive or non-inclusive word students and faculty are encouraged to avoid. Over the last 12 months, the College Fix has chronicled several examples striving to keep tabs on the ever-expanding list of verbatim words and phrases according to the campus PC police. Low-hanging fruit. At an event led by Elgin Community College's Multicultural and Global Initiative Committee, it was explained that the term reminds people of color of Billie Holiday's song, Strange Fruit. In the song released in the 1950s, Holiday compares the bodies of lynching victims to fruit hanging from trees. Grandfathering. The Wake County Public School System in North Carolina no longer will use grandfathering because of the word's racist backgrounds. All it took was one complaint from just one parent. Picnic. The University of Michigan's Information and Technology Services Words Matter Task Force has decided the word picnic should be avoided. It's unclear why. In its parlance, picnic is an acronym for problem in chair, not in computer. Brown bag. This is another one courtesy of the University of Michigan's Information and Technology Services Words Matter Task Force. The suggested alternative? Lunch and learn. One can only assume that one refers to a class struggle of some sort, but it's hard to truly understand what goes on in the mind of leftists. Brother/sister. Thanks to the University of Maryland, Baltimore County's Evolving World of Inclusive Language event, we now know the terms brothers and sisters are offensive. Presenter Ever Hanna, who identifies as a trans and non-binary person, provided examples of how gendered language such as sister and brother can exclude people because it is so entrenched in binary language norms, according to the university's website. Expectant mothers. Did you hear? Harvard Medical School has begun calling expectant mothers birthing people to be more inclusive of, well, let's see, men who give birth. Snowflake, yes. Portland State University considers the slang term snowflake a potential form of harassment and intimidation. Stay tuned for what comes next year. 2021 is sure to bring more word shaming from the left, unfortunately. Let me grab my Twitter. Let's see. Yeah, that was interesting, you guys. Let's use the words we want to use. How about that? How about let's have free speech? How about that? Anthro Chris, I agree with you. How about kiss my beep? All right, let's see. What else do I have? I found this interesting. This is from, I want to give them credit, TimeQ at a TimeQ on Twitter. And I asked them if we could play this, and they said, certainly.
When the right path happens to be the lonely path, and victory is separated by a drop 1 million feet deep or a cliff 2 million feet high, there I will be. When they expect failure, anticipate defeat, celebrate each setback, there I will be, standing tall and ready.
Some time back, I received in the name of our country the bodies of 4 Marines who had died while on active duty. I said then that there is a special sadness that accompanies the death of a serviceman, for we're never quite good enough to them. Not really, we can't be, because what they gave us is beyond our powers to repay. And so when a serviceman dies, it's a tear in the fabric, a break in the whole, and all we can do is remember. It is, in a way, an odd thing to honor those who died in defense of our country, in defense of us, in wars far away. The imagination plays a trick. We see these soldiers in our mind as old and wise. We see them as something like the founding fathers, grave and gray-haired. But most of them were boys when they died, and they gave up 2 lives, the one they were living and the one they would have lived. When they died, they gave up their chance to be husbands and fathers and grandfathers. They gave up their chance to be revered old men. They gave up everything for our country, for us. We owe them a debt we can never repay. All we can do is remember them and what they did and why they had to be brave for us.
Wow, that's beautiful. I really like that. So this is on, he's on Twitter. If you want to give him a like or a follow or just anything, here that is, or if you just want to play it, that's very beautiful. I thought so too, Sooner Nomad. Oh my gosh, we got to honor and think about our vets. So, there was that. And moving on with the news, COVID legislation gives Pentagon spy agencies 180 days to spill all about UFOs. So this was in Just the News. And Just the News is hard because they always have the videos. This is by Joseph Curl. And let's see. The $2.3 trillion COVID-19 relief and government funding bill signed into law by President Trump last Sunday was packed with billions of dollars worth of pork, which immediately drew much criticism. But there were other oddities tucked into the legislation, such as a 180-day countdown for the Pentagon and spy agencies to release everything they know about UFOs. The provision received very little attention, in part because it wasn't included in the text of the 5,593-page legislation, but as a commitment comment attached to the annual Intelligence Authorization Act, which was rolled out into the massive bill, Fox News reported. The comment, which came from the Senate Intelligence Committee, of which Senator Marco Rubio, from Florida, is acting chairman, instructed the Director of National Intelligence, a Secretary of Defense, and the heads of such other agencies to submit a report within 180 days of the date of enactment of the act to the Congressional Intelligence and Armed Services Committee on Unidentified Aerial Phenomena. The comment added that relevant agencies need to report observed airborne objects that have not been identified, including a detailed analysis of unidentified phenomena data collected by a geospatial intelligence, B, signals intelligence, C, human intelligence, and D, measurement and signals intelligence. The report also must contain detailed analysis of data of the FBI, which was derived from investigations of intrusions of unidentified aerial phenomena data over restricted United States airspace, an assessment of whether this unidentified aerial phenomena activity may be attributed to one or more foreign adversaries. So the clock is ticking. We are aware that the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence Committee report on the Intelligence Authorization Act for fiscal 2021 included a requirement for the Director of National Intelligence, in consultation with the Secretary of Defense, to submit a report on unidentified aerial phenomena within 180 days of enactment. Defense Department spokesperson Sue Go told the New York Post. Sorry about that. So it just kind of is repeating, but yeah, that was interesting that was in there. And then this is kind of interesting from Just the News by Daniel Payne. The missing flu riddle. Influenza has been renamed COVID. Maverick epidemiologist says. Rates of influenza have remained persistently low through late 2020 and into 2021, cratering from levels a year ago and raising the puzzling specter of sharply reduced influenza transmission rates, even as positive tests for COVID-19 have shattered numerous records over the last several weeks. Where have all the flu cases gone? And you guys know this. We've been hearing this, and people have been asking, where did the flu go? So this epidemiologist, Nut Witkowski, thinks he can answer the riddle. Influenza has been renamed COVID in large part, said the former head of biostatistics, epidemiology, and research design at Rockefeller University. There may be quite a number of influenza cases included in the presumed COVID category of people who have COVID symptoms, which influenza symptoms cannot be mistaken for, but are not tested for SARS RNA. He told Just the News on Thursday. Those patients, he argued, also may have some SARS RNA sitting in their nose while being infected with influenza, in which case the influenza would be confirmed to be COVID. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's weekly influenza surveillance tracker reports that the cumulative positive influenza test rate from late September into the week of December 19th stands at 0.2 as measured by clinical labs. That's compared to a cumulative 8.7 from a year before. The weekly comparisons are even starker. This week, 1 year ago, the positive clinical rate was 22%, where now it stands at 0.1%. So it's interesting. It just kind of, again, talks about how, where'd the flu go and why is everything COVID? So this next one is out of Alpha News, Minnesota. And it's something I've been watching a little bit more closely, Alpha News. ER physician on shutdowns. I guess science doesn't matter if it doesn't fit your narrative. Rose Williams. So Dr. David Lang, an ER physician who works in Western Wisconsin, just outside the Twin Cities, recently shared his thoughts regarding the ongoing shutdown in Minnesota. Lang initially posted his concerns to a Facebook group called Let Them Learn Minnesota, and the post quickly spread among other anti-lockdown groups. I have thought about doing this earlier, but sadly it has been difficult as a physician to speak out about anything lately without being subject to criticism and harassment, especially if you have an opinion that goes against the mainstream narrative. For what it's worth, these are my observations and opinions, Dr. Lane began the post. He acknowledged the deadlines of COVID-19 and was in no way seeking to undermine the seriousness of the virus. But as a doctor who has been working in a hospital since the start of the outbreak, he shared many thoughts on why Minnesota is making a mistake in shutting down businesses and schools. First, he said the main problem for his ER is finding available beds for non-COVID patients and critical illnesses who can't be managed at a small hospital, but also can't be transferred to St. Paul because the hospitals are full. Normally, we can easily transfer patients to a referral hospital in St. Paul. Now they are often full and cannot accept any more patients. We are forced to look for beds elsewhere in the Twin Cities or even Eau Claire, Duluth, or even further. This obviously delays necessary care, said Lang. Back in the spring, many hospitals and clinics basically shut down for a month or more. This prompted many people with chronic medical problems to delay medical care. I pointed out that this would have dire consequences later, he said. Patients who are now coming back into the healthcare system with diseases that have been poorly controlled are now having a harder time fighting COVID-19. He also addressed the staffing issues many hospitals are facing as a result of furloughs and shutdowns. Lang wrote, staff at many hospitals taking care of the extremely sick patients are seriously overworked and burning out. Nurses and other hospital staff work just as hard as doctors, he wrote, and deserve that recognition. To me, the true heroes here are all the people who have been suffering economically the last 6 months. Restaurant workers, hairstylists, musicians, hospitality workers, and small business owners all deserve free coffee more than I do, Lang wrote. Lang continued with his thoughts on Minnesota's reaction to the virus, writing, massive, far-reaching shutdowns were counterproductive and caused widespread economic devastation that caused as much or likely more damage from COVID-19. And he pointed out how local newspapers are guilty of media misinformation reading beyond the headlines reveals that the vast majority of COVID-19 deaths are among people with underlying conditions or those who live in long-term care facilities. So that's interesting to get kind of a doctor's view and move on from that. I first saw this gal on Coach Clay's show, Grace Ann Kelly, and I find her really humorous. So I'm going to play this.
Bill, so you got into computers and then you decided that you'd way rather lash a few injections into people. It's really nice of you. Thanks a million. There's just one thing, right? The name. I think you might need a name change, Bill Gates. Bill, B-ill. Kind of want to be healthy. And Gates, which Gates are we going through? Got to decide. Maybe lose the name. Yeah, lose the name completely. Maybe do a collaboration with Gucci. You could put a Gucci label onto your vaccine. They love that, Got my Gucci vaccine. Or you could do a collaboration with Kim Kardashian, make the syringe shape for her body. Or The Rock, he could sell anything. You could just get him to stick the syringe into his pec and flex, There are actual people in the world who will get it just for that reason. I, however, am not going to be able because I made this New Year's resolution that I would eat really healthy. I was going to eat all my fruit and veg, take my vitamin C, exercise, get some sun, if I could see it. But all those people are going to get it, and they'll all be inoculated. So it won't matter to them whether I get it or not, because they'll all be grand. And I'll be out here, risking my life from the cough. The name is gotta go.
The name is gotta go. Be ill. Yeah. She's got a point. Come on, guys. Let's see. Come on, man. And you know what she just said about the sun? That's interesting because there's this article out about Bill Gates is trying to dim the sun. Yep, you guessed it. It's his next project. Jeremy Beeman at the Washington Examiner wrote this. Bill Gates is reportedly worth $118 billion. At least one estimates estimate judges his worth to be $129 billion. Either way, the man has leisure, cash, and a penchant for making everything his plaything. This might explain why he is funding the Icarian experiment to block out the sunshine. With the help of Gates' greenbacks, Harvard scientists are attempting to determine whether they can dim the sunlight to cool down the planet Earth. The administrators of SCOPEX, or Stratospheric Controlled Perpetuation Experiment, plan to test their sun-reflecting particle spraying balloon in Sweden in 2021, sans particle expulsion. The aim, SCOPEX, is scientific experiment to advance understanding of stratospheric aerosols that could be relevant to solar and geoengineering. Run for your lives! It is not a test of solar geoengineering per se, reads the summary. Instead, it will observe how particles interact with one another with the background stratospheric air and with solar and infrared radiation. The underlying assumption, so it seems, is that the sun is doing something wrong. Fervent climate meliorists think up some wild ideas, but this one is next level. Remember when the sun was appreciated, even worshipped as the sustainer of life? That it is. Or at least, do you remember reading about it? The law, say the gardeners, is the sun. W.H. Auden wrote, now the sun is viewed as an existential threat. People object to this experiment for different reasons. One scientist, Greeny, told Reuters that it could create the impression that continuing use of fossil fuels is possible. Presumably, that would only happen if the chalk dust works. The scientists plan on using a calcium carbonate. Another says that it violates a UN global moratorium on geoengineering. Still others suggest it will shift global rain patterns. This is from Science Paul's Vuzen. Unlike sulfates, which can lead to ozone loss, calcium carbonate is not particularly reactive, but because it does not exist naturally in the stratosphere, models for its behavior are uncertain. Vuzen refers to David Keith, one of the SCOPEX scientists, who also told Reuters there is a long history of people doing research on things that were socially unpopular at the time that we now see as important, he said, such as birth control. That's a peculiar example and a peculiar justification for his sci-fi methods. But don't mind Keith. Don't mind SCOPEX or Gates. They just want to do what climatism insists we must never, ever do in manipulating the environment. So aren't we lucky that Bill Gates has put his focus on the sun now? Woohoo! All right. I found this in the Santa Fe, New Mexican. Several businesses sue New Mexico governor, claim virus threat overblown, by Scott Wieland. Several New Mexico businesses have filed a federal lawsuit to nullify the governor's emergency health order, contending the coronavirus is no worse than the seasonal flu and doesn't justify stay-at-home restrictions or even a mask mandate. The lawsuit names Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham and the State Department of Health, arguing they imposed arbitrary and necessary rules for a contagion that should not be deemed as an emergency. It also asks the U.S. District Court to override the governor's executive orders. The only reason I pulled this in here is because I'm seeing a few more of these, and I hope that they do something. I mean, we got to have some hope, right, guys? Got to hope that some of this stuff helps us. Oh, and that was the UFO thing. All right. I'm going to play another song.
My daddy had me shooting when I was 7 years old. Sweet mama gave us the love of the Lord. I didn't know it then, but I see it now. There would come a day for me to make them proud. God knows I'll try. Yeah. and man. Through tribulation, trials and war, our people knew what they were fighting for. Between Canada and Mexico, there's nowhere I need to go. God bless veterans' blood. This country lives in our love. Now this land we love has come under fire. An inward enemy fought for hire. There are those who wish to take us down. Time for us to stand a sacred ground. I'm up, lock and load. Lord, show me the way to go. Sound the drum, take the cue. Long live the red, white, and blue. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation. When the room is dark, the creatures will breed under God. When the light shines bright, the enemy flees. Indivisible. For those who love their freedom and the truth. May this rebel voice stir in you. Justice for all. Black and white, brown and red. Simple message we will send. Evil rain coming down. United we'll defend. Until death we defend. May God always bless this sacred ground.
I see some of you saying you like the music. I'm so glad they let us use the music because it really does help with the news. I tell you, just doing the news is a struggle. So I just dropped that link in live chat, and I always see something different or hear a different line that just kind of resonates with me every time I hear these songs. They're so patriotic. I just love that about them. All right. I think I'm going to skip that article and go to this one. Oops. Sorry, trying to get my Twitter up. Louisiana Rep-elect Lou Letlow actually died from a heart attack and not the COVID, is what Big League Politics is reporting from Shane Trejo. Media liars and the fear cultists under the spell have been touting the death of Louisiana GOP Congressman-elect Luke Letlow, which was reported as a death from COVID-19. However, additional details have come out about Letlow's death. It turns out he died of a heart attack, not COVID-19. He had been admitted in the hospital due to COVID-19, but ultimately died of a heart attack, which hospital officials cannot connect to the virus. Louisiana State University Health Shreveport Chancellor G.E. Ghali isn't letting the facts get in the way of his agenda, though. It was just COVID, Ghali said. This is just the latest lie used to continue the mass hysteria that has been exploited to transform society by globalists. Big Leagues Politics has reported on how virtually everything being reported about COVID-19 is utter nonsense, including the testing regime. And then Letlow's death is being exploited by sinister interests out to destroy America and Western civilization. Yeah, they're certainly trying to do their agenda, that's for sure. This is France forced to postpone health dictatorship vaccine legislation. Now, this was from December 26, and it was in WND, but I thought it was interesting. A radical bill proposed by the French government that would see unvaccinated people refused basic services such as public transport has been put on ice after a massive backlash. The proposed law mandates that citizens have proof of a negative COVID test or preventative treatment, including the administration of a vaccine, in order to access transport or to some locations as well as certain activities. However, the government has been forced to delay the legislation after angry protests. So I thought that was good. Some of these I'm just going to touch on. I'm not going to read the whole article. This was out of Big League Politics by Evan James. Spain will keep a registry of people who refuse the COVID-19 vaccine. According to Spanish Health Minister Salvador Illa, I think the L's are a Y. So Illa, Spain will create a registry of people who refuse the COVID-19 vaccine. What will be done is a registry of those people who have been offered it and simply rejected it, Illa said on Spanish television. Maria Jesus Lamas, head of Spain's medicines agency, also said on radio program that the registry would be used to understand the causes behind declining the vaccination. Yeah, because then if they understand that, they can get around that too. And that they would keep the names of individuals anonymous. Despite the claims that Spain will neither make the COVID-19 vaccine mandatory nor publicize the registry, the potential problems of keeping a list in the first place are legion. Even some healthcare professionals in Spain are expressing their concerns. Yeah, it just goes on. All right, let's get off that subject. And this came up today as I was looking for news. This is from Big League Politics 2 by Jose Nino. British judge to determine on January 4th if Julian Assange will be extradited to the United States. Now, we had heard about Assange a little while ago, about 3 weeks ago, and then it kind of quieted down. So on January 4th, 2020, the British judge handling the extradition trial of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange will determine if Assange will end up being extradited to the United States. Should he end up being extradited to the United States, Assange will be tried under the Espionage Act simply for shining light on war crimes that the U.S. government carried out. According to Dave DeCamp of antiwar.com, Assange could potentially face 175 years in prison. The Trump administration's Justice Department indicated the WikiLeaks founder on 17 counts of espionage and one count of conspiracy to carry out a computer crime. The charge relates to documents that former U.S. Army soldier Bradley Manning sent over to WikiLeaks. So I'm not going to read much more of that, just that something to keep an eyes on, guys. Yeah, so let's see, what else do I have for you? And my time is getting down there. Let's do another pick me up. This one's salty. The best is yet to come.
We love our country, and it's truly an honor to be with all of you at the Great American Race. America, start your engines. As long as we are confident in our values, loyal to our citizens, and faithful to our God, there is no limit to what we can achieve. The United States of America will always march on to victory. America is thriving like never before, and ladies and gentlemen, the best is yet to come.
We are glorious under God, thank God, one nation under God. I missed what he said. I was trying to do too many things at once. Okay, sorry about that. All right, let's get on with it. I have a real Alex Lane's video I want to share. Alex made this.
We're headed into a new year, and this is what you should know going into 2021. There's still only two genders. Life begins at conception, and abortion is murder. Socialism is communism. It never worked, and it will never work, no matter how many times Bernie tries to convince you. Glorifying obesity is not body positivity. Suggesting unity after attacking those with opposing views for 4 years is tone deaf. You're entitled to your own opinions, not your own facts, and facts still don't care about your feelings. Big tech and the media are the enemy, and silencing those you disagree with is infringing on our freedom of speech. A gun will protect you. Nothing is ever free. Someone is always paying for it. The government doesn't care about you, especially when they'll give more money to illegal immigrants in foreign countries than to their own people. A vaccine is not a cure. BLM and Antifa are terrorist groups. It's almost 2021. Let's call them what they are. Every race can be racist. Trump is, in fact, still your president. Flying the American flag does not make you racist and homophobic, and if you think so, grow up. And last but not least, America is the greatest country on earth. Stop taking it for granted, and Happy New Year. And Epstein didn't kill himself.
I didn't realize at the end that she stuck that in there. Epstein didn't kill himself. I love Alex. She's a friend of the channel. So here's that. If you'd like to listen to it, she goes through very quick. I think she talks faster than I do. Oh my goodness. What else did I have in my Twitter? Major talked about that. Oh, I liked this. This was from Brick Suit, who is traveling for RSBN, I believe.
Airport paging.
Oh.
Airport paging. Airport paging. Airport paging. Will stop the steal. Please meet your party at gate 45. Again, stop the steal. Please meet your party at gate 45.
That's pretty incredible. Stop the steal.
They really did announce that. Stop the steal. Will you meet at gate 45? Love it. Played that. Let's do this. I found this video on Twitter too. This is from Michael Barton at Michael Barton 8. You'll have to discern what he says, but I found it interesting.
So how does Warner Brothers Films connect with the military? Here's how. So this 5-star general right here, Hap Arnold, decided that the military needed a training and propaganda unit. So the United States Army Air Forces started working on that. So plans were put in place to create the first motion picture unit, later the 18th Army Air Force Space Unit. But the military didn't have a bunch of videographers, photographers, filmmakers, etc. So they decided, hey, let's contact Hollywood. Who do we know in Hollywood that would do this? And this is the guy right here that got the phone call. So they contacted Jack Warner, who was the president of Warner Brothers Studios in Burbank, California. Wasn't Burbank Truman's last name in The Truman Show? That's a whole nother video. Anyway, they told Jack Warner, we need 400 people that can make propaganda and training videos. And if you do, we'll make you a lieutenant colonel. Jack was like, Lieutenant Colonel? I'm in. And then he hired people like Clark Gable and Ronald Reagan, who was the second lieutenant at the time. And that's how Warner Brothers started working with the military. So how does Warner Brothers Films
drop that into live chat if you want to look at it? Here's that. And let's see, moving on. Let's see, what did I have here? Oh, Department of State tweeted out, President @ Donald Trump has proclaimed January to be National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month and called on each of us to do our part to end trafficking. Read more about it here at gousa.gov. So, yep, he did that. Let's see, what else do I have? I don't know if anyone else showed this, but if you don't think the entire world is rooting for Trump, I give you a rally in Japan. Everyone knows if he doesn't win, you can kiss the world goodbye. Do you think he would invite every patriot in America to see on the 6th to see him lose? No, he wouldn't. And this is Robert at Godwins 1234. Isn't that wild, folks? All these parades and gatherings going on in other countries for our POTUS. Woohoo! Let's see, what else did I have? Oh, that again. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to jump to Pompeo. He's been tweeting out a lot of stuff, and Anons have been keeping an eye on his account. Secretary Pompeo, 23 minutes ago. The 2018 Singapore statement was the first ever commitment to a broad denuclearization by a North Korean leader. And then that is this. And then he tweeted out 53 minutes ago, 2 summits in Singapore and Hanoi and an historic meeting in the DMZ later, the wins are undeniable. An hour ago, he posted both before and after President @ Donald Trump hosted defector Jai Seung-ho at the 2018 State of the Union. State Department has worked tirelessly to give voice to North Korean defectors and advocate for the human rights of all North Koreans. An hour ago, the United States united the world to impose UNSC sanctions on North Korea for its WMD and ballistic missile programs and made the UN enforce the sanctions instead of looking the other way for P5 violators. 2 hours ago, we negotiated with North Korea from a position of strength. And 2 hours ago, in my role as CIA director, I opened up our negotiations with Chairman Kim. 3 hours ago, also tackled North Korea talks. Appeasement never works. Strategic patience didn't work, so we tried something new. Maximum pressure. No new world wars, and we brought thousands of our men and women home to their families. America is still safe, and our military is ready to strike if duty calls. That was 3 hours ago. He's been super duper active in the last couple days on his Twitter. Our mission in Afghanistan is to eliminate Al-Qaeda, and threats to the American homeland don't need tens of 1,000s of U.S. troops on the ground to do that. We have partners, brave Afghans, NATO forces. We also have the ability to project power from afar. 4 hours ago, no U.S. servicemen have been killed in Afghanistan in almost a year, and Afghans are finally discussing peace and reconciliation among themselves. Such incredible process. Diplomacy strong, #America First. 5 hours ago, logged a lot of air miles to Qatar and Afghanistan and back for talks. Thanks to MBA AIT Hani, Drabdullah CE, and Ashra Afghani for hosting these meetings. Sorry, I butchered those. 5 hours ago, start with Afghanistan. Every administration since Bush 43 wanted to draw down U.S. troops and forge peace talks between the Taliban and Afghan government. We did it. Don't just take my word for it. 6 hours ago, no more leading from behind. We are leading from the front, tackling the world's toughest problems. And then America First. I'll end there because then it jumps to 17 hours ago, which would have been yesterday, I guess. Okay, and I might as well get this in there before I go off air.
Find a way now. Liberals trying to find a way how to take our guns away now. They got a double agenda, twisting every word they say now. 'Cause that's just how they roll. That's just how they play when they're messing with our two-way. Ever since I can remember, they've been coming for the NRA now. 'Cause that's just how they roll. That's just how they play. And they play dirty. Find a way now. Liberals trying to find a way how to take our guns away now. They won't stop until they find a way. Find a way now. Liberals trying to find a way how to take our guns away now. They won't stop until they find